So the first step to correct your status would be, I would create something called a non-taxpayer affidavit, or even something called political status correction. Correct your name for the record. When your name was created on a birth certificate, they think they own this, so you have to learn how to create it in a private trust. The Social Security number is a trust. If you look it up, Social Security Trust Administration. It's a public administration. You have to learn how to create your private administration. So you can start with a church, or even a tribe. You can correct your status with a tribe, a church. It's called the Shahada with Muslims. I'm not sure what it's called with Jewish people, but they all undergo a status change. In the Christian community, it's called being baptized. So your baptismal certificate can be also correct your status, and you can use this to identify in the public. Everybody go to onlyfans.com/Don Kilam. That's onlyfans.com/Don Kilam. That's DONKILAM. You can subscribe there and get access to Don Kilam University at donkilam.com. You can also follow me on the Instagram at DON_KILAM. Again, that's DON_KILAM. Much peace and love.
Acknowledge.
Malik Kalam, to me, it means the right or be described. You know, Malik means king.
Okay,
but listen, so look, if you get the car, aren't you receiving beneficiary interest of a car? Like if you go get a car, you know it's not your car. Because if you don't make a payment, they take it from you. So as the beneficiary, you get to use the car and you get to pay the tax for it. A trustee is own nothing, control everything. The trustee controls the car because they're making you pay for rents, goods, services.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That's how I
trustee. You know, you working for the family trust is what you at the end of the day, you want to make sure you got a family. You work for the family, you work for the tribe, you're working for the church, you're working for your name. If all you understand that the name is a business, you're working for the name, you're working for the family lineage name, really, because an individual can hand down wealth.
Only an entity.
Yes, family law is private law.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I say it makes sense, but this is all new to me. I don't know much about trust, but it makes sense what you're saying because, yeah, when I get a car and I get a contract and I finance it or lease it, technically I don't own it. I just own the rights to use it.
You're making fiduciary decisions, however, though. You're still making trustee decisions and fiduciary decisions, but you're also receiving the benefits. So if it's for the family receives the benefits of the car. You just get the right to use it.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right. Does that make sense for everybody else? Because when you're part of the public trust, you're using the Social Security number, you're part of the public trust. The family is the government. So let me just go on the book. So I do have this book right here. So look, it says for dummies, right? I want y'all to know the book. I can't use the name, right? I had to use for sovereignty. I had to change the name because I didn't get permission from the For Dummies brand. Oh man, Amazon on one. I just cleared all my history and stuff. So now I'm gonna give everybody access to the ebook. Y'all gonna get this ebook. So trust and limit liability company for asset protection for sovereignty. It was originally for dummies. So in this book right here, it's going to show you how to set up LLC with your name. So there's different ways you can do this. All right. But I make my name an LLC. and you can make it owned by a trust. So we about to see what this is with the IRS first. So what I want y'all to understand, what I'm about to look up, is something called a Schedule A. But when you first look it up, it probably pops up with the IRS. All right. So with the IRS, so this alone should prove to you that the IRS is dealing with your estate, a public estate or trust. So Schedule A is attached to something called a your 1040 as an individual. This is itemized deductions. But what I want you to understand is what is a Schedule A in a trust. So it lists all the trust assets. So if you're doing it as an individual with the IRS, it's going to be deductions. When you're doing it with a trust, it's where it's something called a Schedule A, and I can pull one up really quick so you can see it. But all you're doing is listing your assets in a trust. Let's see. I got this book called Stop Talking, Start Traveling, and we have a Schedule A right in the book showing that this is your car. I'm gonna try to find you a good definition too, just in case I didn't make it make sense for anybody. I want to bring clarity, not confusion. So what I'm looking for is the Schedule A. Let me just go through all of these really quickly. So if you already have a trust established, so what I'm saying is you could put your name, LLC, under a Schedule A, or you could put your holding company. It depends on how you're breaking down your layers. It's not popping up right now. Let me see if I can just find one on here. All of this is a piece of paper. It says Schedule A at the top. Uh, my internet going slow, so I apologize. But I got one that has silver. If you got the Stop Talking, Start Traveling book, it has silver and then two cars. It has a bar of silver, and then it has two cars. And that's what I put the VIN numbers, and I also put the insurance. Yeah, this internet's going slow, so I apologize. But I know we're visual people. We like to see pictures. Let's see. So, I mean, I guess this works. I make mine simpler than this. Because it can be simple as you want it to be. So look, this one has data purchase, data transfer to the trust. I like that. Description of the asset transfer to the trust type. So look, so I like this right here. So this says a pistol. This would take it from a firearm and make it private property. So if you had a car, you put a car in there, it makes your car private property of the trust. You have a house, it makes your house private property of a trust. Let me see if I can find a different one. So it's like, I hope that makes sense. And you can have like a trust meeting minutes or stuff to go along with the Schedule A. That says a trust attachment A. I like that. If you ever so like there's this yeah, let's see if this is it. No, that's not it. So there's this free trust out there, and it has so many attachments, and that's where I learned literally what how to operate. I'm gonna have to go to my drive, my Google Drive. That's where I learned how to operate trust and learn the different attachments to a trust. So the main thing I want y'all just to understand is Schedule A, you can put your property under the Schedule A. There we go. Let's see if we can pull one up. And I can just give you another example. Yeah, so boom, this is it right here. So I had a 20-ounce bar, then you could put your car. This right here also is including a private security agreement. So and here's what I think is crazy. So I used to be on this too. Like, put your birth certificate under Schedule A. Don't do that because it's not yours. You can only control what you create. It's already part of a trust. You don't need any assets to start a trust. The Social Security trust is backed by your labor. But the main thing I want everybody to understand is you can say you start an LLC, put it right here. It can be the beneficiary owner. It's not the beneficiary, it's just the beneficiary owner. There's a difference. It has interest. Just like this, security interest. The trustee always has security interest. You know, a lot of people talk about they have a trust, but they're not acting as trustees. We all have a trust. So we're operating in trust. That's what we're operating in this world. So I hope that makes sense with the Schedule A. So I just want to show you something. So I had a trust set up a business. This is a hack here. This is how you can get around. It's this simple. This is how you can get around California annual business tax. I've never paid it. So they have $800. LLCs, corporations, they have to pay $800 annually to stay in good standing in California. A lot of people don't know that or understand that. You can get around that easy. Let me see the business search. So I started a business a long time ago, well, not that long ago, called Secure Party Credit. Initial fine 2020. Well, it says suspended now. Status was suspended, but everything else was good for the longest. I wasn't paying any taxes on this at all. I set it up with a trust. When I was using this, I set it up with a trust. I didn't pay anything, but obviously they need me now. But I didn't pay nothing. The agent's good. I don't even know what that means. I don't know what the FTB means, so I don't have an address with that. I don't have that address no more. But when I set this up, I just want y'all to see it. When you come down to the incorporator, it was a trust. So that's why they can never tax me. The incorporator was a trust. So this is before I learned about charging order protection. Now I use I want y'all to understand this too. So even though it says charging order protection, and you understand what charging order protection is, they can't only how they can tax you is if you're taking a draw from the business. So these are the states. So in these states, if you have a holding company, which is like it's a public trust, public holding, you're not going to be able to tax these companies either. You're not going to be able to tax them. Let me look up the definition of chart. First of all, let me look up the definition of Schedule A in a trust. A trust schedule. Trust schedule is a simple written inventory of the trust property, which may include real estate. I like that. Bank accounts, investment accounts. Trust schedules summarize what assets are in the trust, but they don't schedule transfers the assets themselves. They don't transfer the assets, but they take inventory of what's in the trust. Schedule A's are often used as evidence in an individual intended for an asset to be an asset of his or her trust rather than a probate asset. Does that make sense for everybody to Schedule A? The homie I talked to says he has his holding company in Wyoming. I do mine in Nevada. I do everything in Nevada. All right. I have done some stuff in Alaska as well. Now, a lot of people, a lot of powerful people, for some reason, they're drawn to Delaware and Wyoming. Delaware for sure. And the reason being is because they like to be like the government. That's what I'm guessing. That's what I'm guessing. Okay. I'm not sure. Just like I don't go to Delaware. Heady nonsense says I'm in Colorado. Should I go to Wyoming or Nevada? It's up to you. I can't tell you. That's your personal opinion, but you're closer to Nevada. There's nothing in Wyoming. Say you need to go to the bank and you need to transfer large, you need to pick up some cash or something. That's how I think about it. I'm gonna have more fun in Nevada than I would in Wyoming or Delaware. I might have fun. I'll have Alaska's cool. All right. And I'll tell y'all what we're doing too. Someone says they've had their account shut down because they have a legal cannabis farm in California, and they shut down the LLC's business cards. And I understand that you have to do it from I like the tribal ministry unincorporated association, but you can do it from a holding company aspect as well, or just a trust. It says the Crown probably has a trust in Delaware. The Crown, the Crown has its own shit. It creates its own banks. But do stuff as a trust. But I'm also seeing like right now with the Transparency Act, like you are going to have to file something before they shut your shit down. You're gonna have to respond to their ass. Now let's go to what charging order protection is. I learned this 2021 20 at the end of 2020 going into 2021. Charging order protections are court orders from creditors, allowing them to receive distributions from a business that would otherwise be paid to a debtor. Charging order laws vary by state, but they should balance a creditor's rights with the importance of maintaining the business operational integrity. So if you say you owe child support, especially I've seen them come and take the business money from the business when they can prove you're the owner. And other people, like you see how they're doing Donald Trump. So if you have charging order protection set up correctly, they're not going to be able to deal with you. They're not going to be able to take anything from you if you have it set up correctly. And I'm just showing you how to do it in the public. Now, that's if you got businesses in the public. Now, I know one person I was just talking to let me know in the chat, are they dealing with a tribe or have their own tribe? Because they have to move a little bit different. They move with unincorporated associations. In some tribes, if they're getting federal funding, they have to move differently. There's not going to be charging order protection for them. Everybody say no, no, not yet. I'm just making sure because you gotta have set downs with the IRS to get charging order. To have charging order protection, there's just certain things you got to do. Y'all book a console, I'll give that to y'all then. So what I do, how to break this down is And I've been showing this a lot if you've been rocking with me. So all them states I just showed you, you become the manager. You got member manage, you got manager manage. And who you want to be is the manager of the holding company. And then your holding company will be the single member of your name. If you make your name an LLC. So, charging order protection, states, open a holding company. One of these states, open up a holding company. Then you will be the manager.
Does it matter which state?
One of those 5 states.
My LLC is in Georgia. Does it matter if it's South Dakota or Nevada? That's what I'm thinking.
It doesn't matter. Any one of those states.
All right.
It's manager manage. Manager manage holding. Manager manage LLC. Then your operating company, which is your name. Make your name an LLC in your state. This is your operating company. Make this member managed with the holding company being the single member. So I'm going to show you Arizona. I have a business in Arizona. So this would be your name. This is just a business I have. It's a record label, but this would be your name because this is an operating company. The single member is the holding company that's in Nevada.
So you would assign the principal agent as you say the holding company, or say
Yes.
ABC Holding is
Yes, because
the principal
look,
agent on
they
that
can't
LLC.
tax you. They can't tax you.
Okay, instead of my like government name as the
Yes,
agent.
yes, yes,
I see. That makes
exactly.
sense. Okay.
The principal information, yes, it's the holding company.
We'll be back after a quick break.
There's no such thing to practice law. It's called a bar card or a British Accredited Registry card. They take an oath to uphold rules to the crown, which is in Britain. So there's no such thing to licensed practice law. If you look up Abraham Lincoln, he was a lawyer. He wasn't an attorney. So attorneys might have to be licensed, but there's no such thing as a licensed lawyer. Again, it's called a British Accredited Registry. It's part of a membership. It's like a fraternity, like the Freemasons or any other private club or community that you'd be part of, that you have to show your private membership. And this is what they do. Everybody go to onlyfans.com/Don Kilam. That's onlyfans.com/Don Kilam. That's DONKILAM. You can subscribe there and get access to Don Kilam University at donkilam.com. You can also follow me on the Instagram at DON_KILAM. Again, that's DON_KILAM. Much peace and love. That makes sense for everybody? The holding company is manager managed. The operating company is member managed. So what I do is I'm signed to a record label. Everything I do is privately signed to a record label. Now, You could do it to a church, you could whatever. But at the end of the day, I have a holding company that's dealing with this.
So your holding company is the signatory for all legal affairs for
Everything,
Goodyear
yes.
Records,
If I was
for
gonna put
example.
if I was gonna put a lien on something, it would come from the holding company.
Mm-hmm.
Not no my name trust, because that's what they're teaching you in the public. Put your name, upper lowercase, all of that, right? So the reason why you have to distinguish the difference is because there's something called the alter ego doctrine. So if you're going out there, you're saying my name's a business, because it is, but you're still putting stuff in your name. You're still managing stuff with your name. That's called the alter ego doctrine, whereby the court finds that a corporation lacks a separate identity from an individual corporate shareholder. So this will ignore your corporate status of a group of stockholders, officers, and directors of corporation with respect to the limited liability. It will give up your charge. You won't have no charge nor protection. They will be able to pierce your corporate veil and hold individual shareholders personally liable for debts of the corporation. That's just like a sole proprietorship. Does that make sense? This is why they ignore people's UCC ones and everything that everybody's out there following, because this name already is pledged to the public interest already. So they're going to ignore everything anyways. It's basically they're looking at you as a sole proprietor. And when you understand what a sole proprietor is, this means there's no legal distinction between the owner and the business entity. You are liable for the debts. You're liable for anything that business does wrong.
So is that why you should create your name as the LLC in order to partition yourself from that?
Yes. It's not your name, it's just the entity. Your name can change at any given moment. My mom calls me son, my children call me father.
Okay, so then if I did, John Smith or Muhammad.
Bro, stay muted, bro. We still going, man. I'll open it up for questions later. Or I'll kick your ass out. So look, so the benefits of forming an LLC in Nevada. They can't tax you. If you want to remain not, this is not even just Nevada. Let me. It's all 5 of these: Alaska, South Dakota, Nevada, Delaware, Wyoming. Now, I want you to know they're still charging order protection in other states. Where they won't deal with you. They won't take things from you. Your name, if your name's a business, but I like to put stuff at the family name. Or a church, or a tribe. And I start at the top of the totem pole would be, so like I do deal with the holding companies because this is similar to a 508c1a, the way they do it. Because they're using case law right here, judicial system relying on case law to settle disputes. We don't have to share nothing with the IRS. No formal information sharing agreement with the IRS. This is not my information at all. A lot of people can't distinguish the difference between being an individual and a business. So this also protects individuals. Strong corporate veil protecting individuals from liability. Formation of a single person corporation is allowed. No operating agreements. No, y'all are good, man. I'm gonna open up for questions later, though. Look, we're gonna open up for questions later, but we started here. I already told y'all one book. Trust and Limit Liability Company for Asset Protection for Dummies. The book that we're in. The whole book we're talking about is this right here. There's nothing else you should be talking about. I don't know your personal situation, so I can't tell you what book to get. All right? I just want to get this shit clear right now. We're here for class GAAP. I'm showing you how to set up private banks and accounts Because if y'all get on my nerves, I'm kicking you out the class. It's $25. I don't give a fuck, y'all. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You understand? Book a consultation. We're going over this shit right now. Y'all want to learn how to be private bankers? I'm showing y'all. Take notes. I'm going to open up for questions later. The only book we need to be talking about is Financial Freedom, A Guide for Private Investors, and Trust and Limited Liability for Asset Protection for Sovereignty. This is the only books you need to talk about. All right, that's the only books we're talking about. All right, so make your name a business because this is one way you can prove you're an investor. A holding company is a bank. A holding company is a trust. Everybody's heard of Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett. They hold private businesses. They hold private and public businesses. A company created to buy and possess the shares of other companies on which it then controls. The definition of a holding company. A holding company is a company whose primary business is holding and controlling interest in the securities of other companies. Do I need to say it again? A holding company is a company whose primary business is holding and controlling interest in the securities of other companies. I want to make sure y'all see that. Does it make sense, everybody? I'm showing you how to create a holding company. I'm showing you how to be a private banker, public banker, how to access securities. A holding company usually does not produce goods or services itself. Its purpose is to own stock of other companies to form a corporate group. That's the United States government. They're a holding company and holding the interest of you. Everything that you think you know. So, holding company in 5 charging order protection states. It's going to be Alaska, South Dakota, Nevada, Delaware, Wyoming. If you need help, I showed you which book to get. Don Kilam, Trust and Limited Liability Company for Asset Protection for Sovereignty. It's right there. Everybody that's part of my subscribers will get access to the class. They'll get replays to the class. Take notes. I don't like going back. None of that shit. This shit, y'all didn't hardly pay nothing. Y'all didn't pay nothing. This is $1 million worth of game. I'm showing you how to fucking change your fucking life, change your life forever, so you can quit fucking investing in gurus who don't give a fuck about your life. It's that simple. I'm showing you how to change your life forever, change your family's life forever. No one's showing you. It's right there in black and white. How to access securities in the public. How do I prove that I'm a private investor? How are they proving it? They're a holding company. That's how I look at it. Set up in Delaware. Everybody following along. Because I went straight on the deep end with class last month. I just wanted to prove that y'all are doing it wrong. Quit saying you're a consumer. Quit saying you're a consumer. I'm coming in as a holding company. That's how I'm coming. If the name on there is a consumer and you got the same consumer name on the UCC1 trying to, because UCC1, if you're creating security agreements, is to create securities. Now, I also had a let me see if I can pull it up. Because at the end of the day, you made your name a special purpose vehicle. So that's what you have to do too. You do exactly what they do. Don't argue with them. Don't do none of that. Do what they do. Does everybody in the class remember what because I don't know if y'all was here last month. Is everybody familiar with what a special purpose vehicle is? Because if the majority understand it, I don't have to go over it. But so we got no, we got yes, we got yes. Tell Barbarian I ain't talking shit to him. A lot of people say yeah.
No, could you please explain like briefly?
Yeah. Because I want because listen, this is what I need y'all to understand right there. The special purpose vehicle. She said, explain it briefly. Because when you understand the holding company, this will actually help you understand the holding. Let me just go to the book. Where's it at in the book? Let me put this in the chat too. Let me put the book in the chat. I got a whole link I got a big ass link for y'all with everything. Make sure it's all right. That's the right book. So look, y'all can go to the book. I got it where you can just click. You can just click the table of contents. But I'm looking for SPV. It's in here somewhere. Boom, there it is. So special purpose vehicle. This is what really got me understanding the holding company. All right. So a special purpose vehicle, also called a special purpose entity, is a subsidiary created by a parent company to isolate financial risk. Its legal status as a separate company makes its obligations secure, even if the parent company goes bankrupt. For this reason, a special purpose vehicle is sometimes called a bankruptcy remote entity. So when you go to 28 USC, I'm explaining to you through 28 USC 2002. So the United States is a federal corporation, and this is going to be the parent company, and it creates a subsidiary, which is your name, and that's a subsidiary company. That's the SPV. They made your name a special purpose vehicle because the United States is under bankruptcy. The United States is under bankruptcy, and the Social Security Trust Fund owns most of the national debt. So I need y'all to understand this is why you don't even want to partake in this type of trust. You don't want to claim it's your trust. All it's used is to discharge debt. That's what this trust is for. Because your credit's good. Your credit's good so you can discharge some debt. Your labor is backed by your labor, payroll tax. So when you come back and understand that what a special purpose vehicle is, legal status as a separate company makes its obligations secure. So the parent company is a United States corporation. The child, the subsidiary, is going to be your name. And that's how they're getting around bankruptcy, because they say your credit's good. They owe the public. They keep taking credit from you. So they get your assets. When you register your car, you just pledge your assets to the United States debt. You just pledge your assets to United States Corporation. You just put it under their Schedule A instead of your own private Schedule A. You got public, you got private. Public sector is part of the economy that's controlled by the government. The private sector, you got the voluntary sector too. The part of the national economy that's not under direct government control. So does that make more sense for the SPV? They made you volunteered everything in the public, all your assets, everything you think you own, everything you think your family gonna own. You put your family lineage in the public and volunteered it to the government. The same way with public banking. Yeah, stop registering stuff to your social security number. So that you just let your social security number use it, so to speak. I need y'all to understand the government's winning because they're acting as trustees. You're acting as a beneficiary. It's a beneficiary number. You didn't create it, so you're not the grantor. You don't have any proper instructions, trustee instructions to be the proper fiduciary. So that makes sense about the SPV. So the holding company will be their parent company, all right? This is in the public. The subsidiary will be your name, still be your name. Now, with the holding company, that's when you can do the trust, do the private family trust, put the holding company on the Schedule A. You can because you got to understand, when you're dealing with it, when you understand private trusts, understand private tribes, family, however you're going to do this, everything that a trustee does is to grow the estate. That's the purpose of the trustee, is to grow the estate. So when the government grows their estate, they're doing their job. I hope that makes sense. So, and I want y'all to know it's bigger than just getting CUSIP numbers as well. When you start getting the securities, and I can show y'all. So, and another thing is, I tell people about the audits. You gotta learn how to do the audits. So I want y'all to understand that audits are different with the IRS than they are with the SEC. Audits with the IRS, they're only going to be able to give you accounting information. The SEC is going after those securities. FTC going after securities. Everything else is just accounts. But then you start learning the securities. We'll take some questions right now before I keep going with securities. Eduardo L in the building, I see you. No, you do not have to close your businesses first. But I would do something. I would sell them, I would get my name off as the business owner. It's own nothing, control everything. But does anybody got questions over what I went over?
And if he can do that, he's probably the one.
There's everybody, so I'm gonna keep going then. Now I want y'all, because I did talk about this a little bit last month. I just want everybody to understand. Do y'all know the securitization process? Do y'all know what's going on?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Now take my current businesses and somehow put them under the holding company that I'm creating.
Yes. You can sell them. Bill of sale, you know. If you had a call with me, you got access to the app that shows you how to sell your businesses. It's just a few
Yeah,
clicks.
we have a call this week.
All right, you'll get that information.
Okay.
But if anybody wants it, because if you paid for the call, you're gonna get it automatically. It's called Quicken Legal Business Pro, is what I use. Let me see if I can share it so I can show y'all. But I want you to know, as long as you don't even have to update it in the necessarily. If you understand the private and the public, Warren Buffett doesn't show everything because if he owns private businesses, has private shares, he just keeps those private agreements in case they run up on him. He gets audited. So right there, you can buy or sell a business right here. You got contracts, bill of sale for business assets. It just depends on how you do it and what you understand. Sell a business property. You got assets, you got interest. This is the contract for purchase of an unincorporated business. So I just wanted y'all to see that. But this is how I do. I just keep it, sometimes I get it notarized. As long as you got some witnesses. Because in the private, when you use a notary in the private, you just put a public binding on that because a notary is a public official. So just be mindful of that. All you need is a witness.
I do have
When it comes to that witness, I'll go ahead.
okay, I'll just real quick. I wanted to know if you're creating a tribe, um would it be better to not name it any business name that you've already made, like a LLC?
I
Like we
mean,
have
that's up to you. Because I want you to know I created a business off the Choctaw, and that's how I was able to use the Choctaw ID because it was a business.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Does that make sense for you?
Yeah.
All right. But I mean, it just whatever makes sense for you, man. Well, I would definitely do an unincorporated association at the end of the day with my tribe, if you know what an unincorporated association is.
Is
I was gonna ask. My bad. Go ahead.
oh, my bad. I was just gonna ask if that was is that the same thing as the 508c1A?
Yeah, basically, it's just a lot less paperwork. But unincorporated association is a trust. So if you do open up an account or do anything in the public, it's not going to be insured, FDIC insured, anything like that. You're not going to get any interest on it. It's definitely outside the scopes, but you're still able to move in the public with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask about when you have the notary. I mean, not the notary, the witness. Like, is there any requirements with that
No, you just have
for
a
that
witness.
website you was just on?
No, you
All
just
right.
have a witness. Yeah, you're good. So I did put in there 9A number, but I'm also gonna put in there I'm gonna find these unincorporated association documents. So y'all can get those too. Now with the unincorporated association, I would make that the same way. Create a Schedule A, I would put my holding company or even have it establish my holding company, or just have it in the private. And all you're gonna need is some type of You will need an EIN. You can use the foreign 998 number if that's what you choose. You can use a regular sole prop. You still won't be held liable for tax because it's attached to this unincorporated association. So I just put it in the chat: Constitution, banking resolution, and a mission statement. That's all you need. A Constitution, banking resolution, and a mission statement, along with an EIN number for unincorporated association.
Hey, so I had a question.
Yes,
So
sir.
is it possible to I got a unincorporated association 98 number. Is it possible to have that on the LLC of my name?
I would leave layers. I would do it with like I said, the holding company first.
Okay. Okay, I get it.
Because you don't want to have, say there's an issue, you don't want to expose your unincorporated association in the public with the name.
We'll be back after a quick break.
In a world where the tax system can seem overwhelming, one book is here to guide you towards financial empowerment. Introducing The Capitalizing Namepreneur, Unleashing the Power of Tax Credits by best-selling author Don Kilam. Are you looking to demystify the complexities of taxes and harness the power of tax credits? The Capitalizing Namepreneur provides an understanding of effectively utilizing your tax credits. Discover the secrets behind setting up a tax firm, understanding the strawman name, protecting your assets, and navigating the implications of the Social Security Trust Fund. Don Kilam's expertise shines through every page. It's like having a personal financial advisor by your side. Get your copy of The Capitalizing Namepreneur today and unlock the power of tax credits to enhance your financial well-being. Order your copy now and take control of your tax strategies. The Capitalizing Namepreneur, Unleashing the Power of Tax Credits by Don Kilam. Available now at leading bookstores and online. Get your copy today.
Right. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, cool. Thanks for the info.
You good. You really don't want y'all's name on anything. I want y'all to know that even at the end of the day, you want registered agents. Like I be putting my name on things, but at the end, I like to do it for other people, really. And then you can resign in the private. That's how you stay anonymous. It's like you can have me be your registered agent, set something up, and then I appoint you as the new manager and resign. But we don't update this with the Secretary of State. We don't update this with nobody. If you're a husband and wife, you got trustees, this is how you move. If you're in Nevada, these are the people. I want y'all to, I'll give y'all their website. Let me look them up. AnnocentAdvisors.com. These are the people that will help you. You can look them up. Also look them up on YouTube. But look, register agent. That's something they offer. So I just want to show y'all that. They're right in Las Vegas. I don't know if this shows anything, and they got a little membership. This is where I learned a lot of this stuff from. So I'm giving y'all, look, it is a little pricey. So it's $3,500 enrollment and $75 a month. But it's worth it. And they set up your trust for like their business attorneys and the real estate attorneys. So they'll form the LLC for you correctly if you're still lost. They make sure you don't they got audit protection. They help you with all of this. If you want a nonprofit, it just helps you stay under the radar. Helps you stay, but they do have this registered agent service. And this is how you keep your name off things. This is how you stay anonymous. So, like y'all seen, I had an issue with that. I got to respond to some paperwork. That's what they would have did for me. Because all the mail comes to them. So look, commercial registered agents, they set up businesses in Delaware, Wyoming, Nevada, everywhere. There's that website. That's how you stay anonymous. Now, when y'all start understanding what's going on, I could pull up an audit real quick. Let me pull up this audit. This is a securitization audit right here. This one is for a mortgage. So the reason being, so they're proven they got LLCs. I want y'all to see this. Security Asset Backed Receivables LLC. Master Servicer, Wells Fargo Bank. So I want you to know they always have a pass-through entity. Security Asset Backed Receivables LLC Trust. Issue entity, Security Asset Backed Receivables LLC. Depositor, Sutton Funded LLC. The sponsor is Wells Fargo Bank. And then mortgage pass-through certificates as a servicer. So when you're dealing with securities, you that's how you have to operate as a pass-through entity. You're gonna have to have pass-through entities. There's levels to this shit, man. This one says Securitized Asset-Backed Receivables LLC is the only authorized party to assign its interest and loans to the trustee on behalf of certificate holders. The intent of the recording of documents publicly is to let all interest parties understand the rights and obligations of real property owners and lenders. The use of a privately owned alternate system conceals such information, and a lack of internal control may allow unauthorized parties to act as a sponsor, bankruptcy remote depositor, that's that SPV, trustee, or beneficial owner of a security interest simply by having an employee or agent sign that they are an officer of MERS. Sutton Funding LLC and other security parties cannot just make up their own rules. So it's showing how the conveyance of the mortgage loans through representation and warranties. But I'm not gonna get too deep on this shit because a lot of y'all are probably lost right now. But I just want to show y'all, listen, this is how they're operating. That's all I wanted to show y'all. This is how they're operating. Just like I'm breaking down. Yeah, set up like an onion with layers. Just like I'm breaking down how you should be. This is what they do. You see the depositors and limited liability company duly organized. It's valid and existing in good standing under the laws of the state of Delaware. All right. Laura says every state really is its own country. And that's the truth because even with a public trust, rules change. The Social Security number is a public trust. That's why when you go to different states, different countries, it gets taxed differently. This is why you gotta understand public law and private law. Every state is really its own country. This is what Laura says, and that's the truth. That's why you gotta understand private trust and public trust. The private trust can't get taxed differently in different states or different countries. The Social Security trust is a public trust. So whatever jurisdictions it's in, that's how it's getting taxed. Let me know if that makes sense, class. All right. So I just want you to see, listen, I'm not even gonna act like I understand everything that's in this report, right? I understand enough. I understand. Look, they got the signatures in red. Assignment of the mortgage. I understand what a mortgage is, all right? And I understand what a mortgage-backed security is. All right. So this is material defects. The name of the signing party is stamped on the document in block letters. The document appears to be standard form with fill in the blanks. The document is prepared by a known foreclosure mill whose principal attorney was disbarred for fraudulent legal practices. A research article on this can be found. Wow. The return address on assignment is to a third-party provider. The document purports to assign the mortgage or the deed of trust from the originator directly to the trustee, thereby violating the chain of title. There's a lot of fraud going on. The above document is an attempt to transfer beneficial interest to the same party as the assignment record into wow. But so here's the CUSIP numbers right here. But what you wanted, so the loan was found in securitized asset-backed receivables trust, an investor loan number, which agrees with the characteristics of the loan. The trust has a current average FICO score of 582. The original, wow. Hey. It is an owner-occupied type of property. The loan was originated. Description of the security from Bloomberg. The deal descriptions. Collateral descriptions. So look, listen, that's a real securitization audit, all right? Now you can look up an IRS audit. Well, you can do independent audits too. I got a few. Let me just see. I don't want to bring up the ones I got so far. But I want to show y'all one. A lot of this shit is public record. Like when they do an audit, you can actually find companies' audit reports online. No, this ain't no audit. I just want y'all to see one. This is a government. Wow.
We'll be back after a quick break.
In a world where borders can limit opportunities, one book dares to challenge the norm and empower foreign nationals like never before. Introducing Can't Touch This: Diplomatic Immunity as a Foreign National by best-selling author Don Kilam. Did you know there is a difference being a citizen and national? This is for foreign nationals seeking to expand their horizons. Do you dream of obtaining a diplomatic passport and the freedom it brings? Don Kilam reveals the secrets to unlocking diplomatic immunity and creating your own nation. Discover why you are already a foreign national, learn the steps to obtain a diplomatic passport, and explore how you can be recognized by numerous nations on your diplomatic journey. Most never knew they could have diplomatic immunity as a foreign national. This book is a game changer for anyone seeking freedom and recognition on the international stage. Get your copy of Can't Touch This today and embark on a journey towards diplomatic immunity and creating your own nation. Order your copy now and unlock the power of diplomatic immunity as a foreign national. Can't Touch This: Diplomatic Immunity as a Foreign National by Don Kilam. Available now at leading bookstores and online. Get your copy today.
Sometimes it's just a regular report, but what it's going to show is all the money. It's going to show there we go. So it's going to look like this. You're going to have your balance sheets, financial forecasts, interest income, assets coming in, liabilities. This is what the shit looks like. This is the members of a tribal council. Okay. So when they run an audit on you, they're just seeing financial statements. With this, they have federal awards. This must be a federal one. But this is what an IRS audit would look like. You know, if somebody's doing an audit for the IRS. But I seen somebody just do one on the utility company. So they got an audit report on the utility company. But they did it, it was in this fashion right here that I'm showing you. So, but they wasn't still able to do nothing with it. So this is what it looks like. Just you got current assets, current liabilities, investments, and that's all it's going to show. It is not going to show nothing about the securities. That's all I want to say. That's all I want to bring up. That's why an audit is not good enough with the IRS. He said 582 FICO. So now it's called a securitization audit. Is what you're going to need. When you sign a loan with the lender and then they sell the loan to a mortgage servicer other than the lender who was initially servicing the loan, this process is known as securitization. It was sold over on the secondary market, and therefore this audit is critical for court negotiations because once a loan is securitized, it no longer has the right to legally foreclose. This powerful audit may also show under the New York Stock Exchange that it was sold over several times over and sometimes not even found in the secondary market. It says free consultation. Forensic audits. That's what they're called. Forensic audits. I call them securitization audits. But forensic audit on any debt. And here we go. I like that. There's already a definition. A forensic audit, how does it work and what prompts it? A forensic audit examines and evaluates a firm or individual's financial records to derive evidence used in court of law legal proceedings. Forensic audit is a specialization within accounting, and most large accounting firms have a forensic audit department. Forensic audits require accounting and auditing procedures and expert knowledge about the legal framework of such an audit. Forensic audits cover a wide range of investigative activity. A forensic audit is often conducted to prosecute a party for fraud, embezzlement, or other financial crimes. In the process of a forensic audit, the auditor may be called to serve as an expert witness during trial proceedings. Forensic audits could also involve situations that do not include financial frauds, such as disputes related to bankruptcy, filings, business closures, and divorces. So a forensic audit, these are the things you need to be looking up. Forensic audit investigations can uncover or confirm various types of illegal activities. So this is what you're going to need. It's bigger than an independent audit, a forensic audit, and whoever does these are considered because they're signing these things. When I go down to the bottom of this, the person who runs these audits, they sign them. It's signed under penalty of perjury when they give them to you. So I call them securitization audits, but obviously they're called forensic audits. So my apologies for calling them the wrong thing. I've been calling them securitization audits my whole life. As long as I've known them. I know about them, and I've known about them since 2018, 2019. The first person that showed me this was in Arizona, multi-millionaire. But this is what we're doing, because the independent audits are not enough. So I'm hoping that makes sense for everybody. There's two different types of audits. You got the independent audits, just with the IRS. So you're not going to know where you fall in the aspect of even claiming anything as an independent or a private investor, or because when you're filing your complaints with the SEC, the FTC, you have proof that you're the private bank. And let me try to show y'all first. Why? So y'all don't feel bad about it. Y'all don't feel bad. Some people feel bad. So when you understand that the Social Security Trust Fund owns a significant portion of the U.S. national debt. That's the debt held by the public, 24.5 trillion. When you're operating as a consumer, you're operating as a debtor now. Remember that you're not able to cash in on the securities. I'm looking for the Social Security Trust Fund, because a lot of people not understanding the SSK by trust, how it's backed by your labor. Y'all think a lot of people still have that nothing for something mentality, and that's not how you need to operate. The Social Security Trust Fund is created. It's two different insurance programs. So ultimately, you're borrowing against insurance. You're the beneficiary of these proceeds when you're using the trust. So the Social Security is backed by payroll taxes. So that's your labor. When you work, goes to the Social Security Trust Fund. If you make too much money, you don't get your benefits. All you can get is benefits from this trust. Benefits until you learn how to make that beneficiary work for you. You learn how to be the trustee. That's not your trust. We can't claim the trust, so you have to learn how to use it correctly. That's what I'm saying. Holding companies, you work for us now. The social works for us. If we're in the public, the social gonna work for us. So do what they do. You can make your own bank. I showed y'all a holding company is a form of a bank that deals with securities. Let's go back to the book. Let me, and all you have to do is just look up asset-backed securities. Let's see. I'm saying that this should break down securitization for you. Yeah, it's just the act of turning that note into a security. That note is no longer a bill. It's securitized. Now you're paying an asset. That's how I understand it. Oh, I'll use Wikipedia. I was going to Investopedia. So, asset-backed securities are financial securities backed by income-generating assets, such as credit card receivables, home loans, student loans, and auto loans. So, home mortgage-backed securities, what they call, is sometimes considered a type of asset-backed security, but is more often classified as a separate variety of investment. It becomes part of a portfolio. Car financing is another large category of asset-backed securities. So here's what's going on. When you go get a car, that becomes an asset. If you're not using it for the family correctly, you're not learning how to leverage this correctly. Someone else is leveraging it for you. You know, when you get a home line, you get a line of credit for a house, You have a house, that's supposed to be an asset. You can use that to get another loan. But everybody's coming at it from the debtor's perspective, the consumer perspective. These things are investments. So car financing is another large category of asset-backed securities. The cash flows of an auto loan include monthly interest payments. So listen, I brought this up in the last class. There's there's 3 types of payments when coming with a car loan. You have interest payments, principal payments, and prepayments. All 3 of these accounts pay interest. Credit card receivables. Credit card receivables, the amount due on credit card balances, are a type of non-amortizing asset-backed security. They go to a revolving line of credit rather than towards the same set sum. Thus, they don't have fixed payment amounts. While new loans and changes can be added to the composition of the pool. The cash flows of credit card receivables include interest, principal payments, and annual fees, 3 different payments. Student loans, same way. So the securitization process is they're turning notes into securities. And let me try to find where I learned this from. So it was 2 different documents I learned this from. Lavina says it's clear now. It wasn't clear for me for a long time. I didn't understand it for a while. So when I started learning about commercial liens and then a letter of rogatory in court, I don't know if anybody's familiar with any of those in the class. And that schedule A just finally popped up too. Let me show you. I'll put it in the chat too. Which one are y'all familiar with? Y'all familiar with the letter of rogatory or commercial liens? So this was a Schedule A, 20-ounce bar of silver. You see it, you put the car, it should have the color of the car too. They said a letter of rogatory. The insurance contract, you could put contracts, mortgage is a contract. And that's what's going on with what I showed y'all with the forensic audit. So that was a Schedule A. I'm gonna show y'all a letter of rogatory now. Let me find it. So the letter of rogatory, well, let me go to the commercial lien. Municipal bonds. Here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna put both of these in the chat too, so y'all can have a copy of this and the letter of rogatory. Here goes a commercial lien in the chat. And here comes a letter of rogatory. So first of all, I learned about bonds. So all the government is based upon bonds. All corporate government is based upon commercial affidavits, commercial contracts, commercial liens, commercial decisions. Hence, governments cannot exercise the power to expunge commercial processes. The legitimate political power of a corporate entity is absolutely dependent upon its possession of commercial bonds against public hazard. Because no bond means no responsibility, means no power of official signature, means no real corporate political power, means no privilege to operate. Statutes as the corporate vehicle. The corporate legal power is secondary to commercial guarantors. Case law is not responsible substitute for a bond. Municipal corporations, which include cities, states, counties, national governments, have no commercial reality without bonding of the entity, its vehicle, statutes, and its effects, the execution of its ruling. In commerce, it is a felony for the officer of a public office to not receive and report a claim to his bonding company. I don't get too deep on all of that, but this is when I started learning about municipal bonds. And this is all coming from the public trust. The term municipal bond refers to the type of debt security issued by local, county, and state governments. They are commonly offered to pay for capital expenditures, including the construction of highways, bridges, and schools. Municipal bonds act like loans with bondholders becoming creditors. You're always the bondholder, though, but when you're doing it in the public, when you're operating in the public banking, you public banks are always owned by the city government. When you get a social security number, you're using that social security number, you're investing your interest to the public. You're investing your interest to the United States corporation. Now, when you go to court, this is where I learned, this is exactly where I learned what to do with the securities, how they securitize things. This is how they take the note and turn it to a security. Once they get a judgment in court, once you create something with the bank or whoever, the notes are pulled together and then become securities, which are yet to be pulled together and sold as bonds. They pull together the notes, the securitization, and then that's pulled together and sold as a bond. Said bonds are liens against your social security number. Everything that's filed into the courtroom, any of these banks, these entities, are securitized without the knowledge or consent of the people or all the parties involved, which is fraud. Everything that's filed with banks, courts, everything is securitized and turned into negotiable instruments, and then turns them into securities. These items are sold as commercial items, calling them distressed debts with the unifund, and the items are then pulled together in what is now called a hedge fund, where they are sold globally. Anytime when there's risk management involved, it is for the securities. This is an underwriting company. When the hedge funds are going into the global market, they go through Lure Herms, a bondholder and underwriting company and subdivision of Alliance SE of Munich, Germany, and PIMCO bonds. After 9 months, all paper is converted to a security status. After 9 months, all paper is converted to a security status. That is defined in Title 1577 AB1, is now considered to be an investment contract. I'm gonna say that again because this is what I need y'all to understand right here. Yes, this is in the letter of rogatory. But this applies to everything. This is what's going on. So listen. This is the main thing you need to understand. Quit being a consumer, okay? After 9 months, all paper is converted to a security status. This is defined in Title 1577 AB1. It is now considered to be an investment contract. The paper is endorsed to become a security, and the trust is then collapsed. So when they get it back, so you want to file 1099 OIDs, INTs, all these things on these notes and bonds and coupons called coupon payments every month. The unlawful funds through fraud and deception are deposited in the Federal Reserve banks, and they have not paid the tax on any of the income. They're saying you gifted them the proceeds. You gifted them beneficiary interest. All right? You gifted these things. There's not a tax if you gift it. Now, it is presumed that by the creation of the birth certificate, that your body and the labor therefore is pledged to the state. Think about it. The Social Security number is backed by payroll taxes. So therefore, if you're utilizing the Social Security number, there it's presumed that by the creation of this, you're using it, especially if you're authenticated, that your body and labor is pledged to the state. They're saying, therefore, you're gifting. Everything you're doing, everything is a gifting program. Really, it's a private, unincorporated association based in their favor. You're a charitable organization under the Securitization Trust, the Social Security Trust. It says, I hereby notice the court that I am the executive of the Securitization Trust. Companies, corporations, associations, trusts are all descendants. This means the all capitalized letter name is a legal estate. I demand the case closed, be closed, no further steps taken to securitize it. But I'm just showing y'all how it breaks down. That's a great breakdown. Appreciate you, Rana. That's a great breakdown of how everything gets securitized. Basically, that's how it gets securitized. What also is in these files is going to be a non-taxpayer affidavit. So I want y'all to see exactly on the public and the private side. This is a non-taxpayer affidavit, durable power of attorney. Notice of intent with certificates and other equitable titles attached. So this is one form of status correction that I have on the private side. This creates a private trust, as you can see right here, a trust declaration. This is a private trust, assumed DBA. But this right here is putting me in charge of all the securities. If I have this on the record, I can use this to, because I got the private, I got the public, I got the LLCs established, unincorporated association, whatever. This is going to be the private. This is what I put as like a form of identity. But we're letting them know you cannot safe harboring and sinking funds provision. Sell, exchange, buy, invest, or reinvest any assets. Custodial accounts and certificates of deposit, brokerage accounts. This is what's going on. This is how they're able to access these securities. But at the end of the day, it clearly shows you can't access my securities. You got the deed of trust, irrevocable trust, Securitization trust, foreign situs trust. These are the things they create. I don't want to go through it verbatim. I just want to show y'all we're not part of the gifting program. You got your security agreements, your hold harmless, your powers of attorney. We're not combatant. We're friends with the United States, if anything. Full faith and credit clauses. We're resign of agents and agencies. There's the trust. And then we talk about goods, services. I just want to find y'all the securities. I'm not sure where it's at now. I have to pull it up in Word. I gave it to y'all in Word. I'm gonna give it to y'all in Word format. I was just looking at it, so let me see. That flag is mine. You can use any flag. All right. That is gonna be on. Let me just show y'all the Word. So here we go. I just want y'all to see it. So y'all know it's in there. We are controlling our own securities. It says, I've resigned as a registered agent for the agency associated with this instrument and did so by sending proper notification to responsible parties that I hereby withdraw any and all permissions extended to any and every party at any and every time to oversee my properties with reference to this instrument, my securities, or my interests. I am the true holder in due course and disaffirm any and all contracts to the contrary. If you're using the birth certificate, you're not the holder in due course. I just want to throw that out there. You use your own documents. Not the gifted program, the gifting program. You don't gift. You don't want to be part of gifting programs that's gifting to the United States because that's what's going on. As an owner of the said certificate, securities, bond, estate, agency, trust, properties, assets, etc., I'm lawfully entitled to oversee, manage, and maintain power of attorney in fact where respects the aforementioned properties and shall never consent to the otherwise. Please review IRM types of acceptable securities. We're talking about the public debt, payment obligation, interest on the public debt. We're opting out of all of that. That's what that's what your private status correction should deal with, if that makes sense. My Cash App isn't working for a lot of people. So if you want to send a bank wire, you can send a bank wire. You can text me. I got Bitcoin as well. We're getting a Cash App together right now, man. But just, you want to link with me directly. I hope I hope I did my job today. I hope it made sense because this shit is not stuff that I usually talk about. But I felt like I talked about the asset-backed securities last time. But I just want everybody to understand. I'm gonna open it up for questions in a minute. I just want everybody to understand that I've always used a holding company. I don't like using so listen, a lot of people, I didn't break it down. I don't want to get too deep on it, but I do use record labels, okay? I do use record labels but I use a record label like a church. I use a record label like a tribe. I use the record label just like a trust. I'm accessing intellectual property. When dealing with intellectual property, sounds, recordings, images, you print my name on documents, things like that. If that makes sense. If you're dealing with Don Kilam, I want everybody to get out that something for nothing mentality. Just because you're born in America doesn't mean you're entitled to free money. You have to create it yourself. I deal with creators, entrepreneurs. A cash flow. You have to have a cash flow. Simple as that. But if you're going to get loans from people, you might as well learn how to create loans from your private bank. That's how you do it. You're getting loans from your private bank. Everything that you own, because you're pledging stuff, should be going to the record label or the holding company. If you got to understand, let me see if I can find a good definition. I showed you the definition that fit. Let's see. Um, you got private equity. Let me try to. So, a bank holding company is a corporation that owns a controlling interest in one or more banks, but does not itself offer banking services. Holding companies do not run the day-to-day operations of the banks they own. However, they exercise control over management and company policies. They can hire and fire managers, set and evaluate strategies, and monitor the performance of subsidiary businesses. Bank of America, Citigroup, and JP Morgan Chase and Company are all operated by holding companies. Bank holding companies are regulated by the Federal Reserve. Banks that are not owned by holding companies are regulated primarily by the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency through U.S. banking regulations. So if it's by a holding company, it's different. So some corporations have been formed just to hold the assets. So when you hold an asset, you're not held liable for it. Holding company assets may include limited liability companies, partnerships, real estate, patent trademarks, stocks, bonds, and more. They are partially protected by law from the financial losses of their assets and can structure themselves to spread tax, financial, and legal liabilities among their various subsidiaries, reducing overall risk. Perhaps the best known holding company in the U.S. is Berkshire Hathaway, which is owned and run by the investor, Warren Buffett. Do you see this word? Investor. Berkshire Hathaway is holding company for businesses in which it holds a significant stake, including Coca-Cola, Geico, Dairy Queen, being Fruit of Balloons, Diamonds. They own fucking everything. So at the end of the day, I need you to know the United States Corporation is a holding company for your name. For everybody that has a social security number. The United States is a holding company. Right now, I'm not answering that question. Now, what did I want? So, what's this saying? A holding company and a private equity firm are both types of investment entities, but they operate, what's this say? But they, I don't even know where that went. They operate in different ways and serve different purposes. Holding company is a type of company that does not produce goods or services itself. Instead, it owns assets such as shares or other companies. We already learned about all of that. So that's now private equity firm is an investment management company that pools capitals from investors to make investments in private companies or buyouts of public companies with the goal of generating a return on investment. Private equity firms typically acquire a controlling stake in the company they invest in. Private equity firms are known for actively managing the companies they invest in to improve performance. I like that. But stick to the holding companies. We're not talking about UCC ones. We're talking about everything we went over, man. Y'all got any questions besides trying to fuck over the government and do shit illegally and get your ass locked up?
Yeah, I got one. Pretty simple. I just been having difficulty knowing where the private banks are or how to actually
You are the
make,
private bank.
I mean,
If you
how
don't
to
have any
set up.
assets, then it's called wealth management.
So
If you
should I
have
not?
you have a private, do you have assets?
No.
All right, so what you trying to private bank with? Your labor?
No, I'm trying
Private
to.
banking is the managed assets.
Okay. Oh, my bad. I was gonna say like, how do you, where do you set up the trust at?
What
Like, is
trust?
your or the holding company?
I just told you that Delaware, South Dakota, Wyoming.
Okay. I thought, my bad. I thought that was the LLC.
That's a holding company.
Okay. Okay.
We have any other questions?
I do, Don.
Thank you.
So for now, I know the Wyoming because I'm actually doing the holding company. But I just want to say, as far as the recording, I know you said that you was going to provide it. The recording, you gonna send it to email or you gonna send us another
How did you
DM?
get this? How'd you get this? How'd you get access to this call?
The DM and IG.
All right, it's gonna be in a IG. I'll do an IG group chat or I'll post it on the story.
Okay, I appreciate it. Okay,
It's
and my
just a
last
link.
one, the link.
It's a
Okay,
link. Yeah, it'll be a link.
my holding company that I want to have for Wyoming, right? When I do the holding company, because I know I'm getting into real estate. When you set those holding companies up, like say my holding company is A and it's for real estate, but I also want to do other companies as well. Like, how do I not when I say, I guess, overload a holding company? Can you ever overload a holding company?
No,
Or you
but I
got to
mean,
strategically put
you
them
might
in
want
certain
to.
places?
It depends on how many real estate agencies. I mean, I said real estate. It depends on how many rentals you're gonna have or what it is you're actually doing. Because you don't want to expose too much to one of your holding companies, if that makes sense. But I would definitely make sure I have different LLCs for each rental, if that makes sense, or for each property. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. Because I saw your, what is it called? Aloe, what's the name of it? Aloe. What's the name of it when on one of your videos I had just resurfaced when you have
Colonial
complete,
title.
yes, allodial title. When you have those titles, because my family, we have property, but it's in a will. And so I'm looking at two different trust attorneys so we can put it in a trust and then basically do the allodial title. So what step should we do first? Is it the trust or create the holding company and then do the trust, right?
So you're going through probate with the will?
No, we don't. We own everything. We don't own taxes or anything. It's just it's our great grandfather's land, so everything gets passed through each generation. So I'm the only one
So
that's
you
studying
said
this stuff.
it's land?
Yeah, we have land and houses, and farm and all that stuff, but it's in a will. And so with the will, I know it's pinchable. Like we want to make sure that it's in a
Right.
trust.
I would definitely do a land trust for sure. And then use the holding company as well.
Okay, can I just DM you and maybe set some one-on-one? Because I
Yeah,
really want to
no
make.
doubt. So I am gonna have 10 calls. Like I said, I'm gonna start doing opening calls back up. I got a lot going on this week, and then I got calls I gotta handle all next week. I'm gonna take a break. So I'm gonna do calls again the week of the 16th and then the 23rd of June.
Okay, no
So
problem.
the last 2 weeks of June.
My IG is Wealthinaire. I appreciate
All
if I
right.
get a follow back too, because
No,
I
just hit
I
me up. Just
appreciate it.
hit me up.
Okay, I'm gonna DM you
Yeah, man,
now,
I've
and then
been
we
really
just pay
busy
for the
with
school.
calls, man. I'm booked up like a motherfucker.
That's
But
good,
yeah,
and we're gonna be
I'm good.
booked and busy. That's good. And then
Yeah,
I
no,
just pay the $50 for the school. The
yeah,
school
yeah,
that you
yeah.
sent.
So I'm trying that out. So look, so a lot of stuff in the public that's tied to Don Kilam, they shut that shit down. in the public on the internet. So anybody that books a call, if they end up, I'm not able to charge or whatever because it's through Stripe. Me and Stripe sometimes don't get along, but everybody that books a call, I'll just make sure they get access to the class, so at least everybody invests in their prosperity, so they're gonna take it seriously. But everybody that paid $500 for the drives or $1,000 for the calls, I'm gonna make sure y'all get access to the school regardless.
Okay, bet. I drop my IG in the chat.
I
No
got it.
disrespect, but I better wake up and be like, yeah, I'm in there. And this was me
Buddy,
when I was telling you came from Chicago and you seen my uncles and them and stuff like that. But I had missed you. I had literally just started following you
you
probably
seen your
about
uncles?
3 weeks
You
ago.
said
Yeah, I ain't gonna tell them who they are, but you came to Chicago, you took pictures. So yeah, I'm in there. We in there in the land. All
it
right,
must have
thank
been some
you.
powerful people. Hey,
Of course,
I just want you to know, man. I didn't know motherfuckers. Y'all still making motherfuckers check in Chicago. Y'all wrong.
you
Hey, a
yeah,
lot of people don't know. A lot of celebs have
yeah.
to check in with certain
Yes, you
individuals
do.
when they touch
Yes, you do.
Chicago.
That's
If
crazy, but yes, you
they don't
do.
want you in Chicago, your ass is gone.
Yes, you gotta get permission.
So you're
But
gonna have to
I
pay
dropped
their
the
ass.
IG. I dare you. Go ahead, follow me right now. It's in there. I
Yeah, I
appreciate you.
like it
Thank
though,
you
because
much.
if you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, they're gonna tap you on your shoulder, man.
Yeah, exactly. Now we gotta figure out all the immigrants and everything else. They get
No
money.
doubt.
They get money. I'll talk
No
to you more.
doubt.
Thank you. Wealth in there,
No
okay?
doubt.
All right,
Yes.
peace.
The solution, what's up, man? Y'all just gotta get in where y'all fit in, man. What's up, man?
What's up, Don?
What's good with it?
Yeah, we gonna be looking up soon, man. Definitely gonna be looking up soon.
Y'all can all unmute yourself. I'm not doing that raise your hand shit. Get in where y'all fit in.
Oh,
What's up though, man? What's up with y'all?
what the fuck?
So I do the drives that you have. It's optional to just purchase the drives.
Yeah, I'm doing that for 500. So look, it's the files.fm. So listen, this is what I'm just gonna let y'all know right now. So I do got Google Drives too, Google Drive links. But if you're not sending me a Gmail, I'm not gonna add you to that. So if y'all sending me a Proton email, whatever, I'm just gonna give y'all access to the drive. And literally, I'll show y'all what it is right now. I try to pull her IG up. You see her shit and pull up. Tell her she sent me one of them little links to try to hack my IP address. Hey, I'm just messing with you, wealthy millionaire.
What? I know.
No,
Hey, you
no.
gotta watch it. You know, we always hustling, but I never do that. I don't believe in that bad crime. I do things that's right. That's why I'm always
Man,
in good
I'm a
alignment.
Virgo. I'm a Virgo. If I fall in love with you, I'm stalking you.
Yeah,
Now look.
exactly. You better. And then I'm Aquarius. You know how we are. We
I'm feeling the hood of
45
your car to
steps
see if it's
ahead.
still warm. Like, bitch, where you been? I'm just playing, y'all. I'm just playing, y'all. Or am I? But look, so this is it right here. It's 42 gigabytes. Some of y'all probably already got access to this. Who got
Yup.
if you got who got access to the private mentee files?
This guy.
Somebody answer me. Who is that? Who is that? Tell us
Yo,
about it. Tell us about it. Did you go through it?
your brain is gonna be fried. There's so
That's
much
why
so much fucking information. You're gonna have to strategize on how to break that shit down.
That's
This
real
shit's
talk.
crazy.
But it's listen, just make sure you fact check me on everything. So it's definitely, I believe it's worth 500. It's 42 gigs. You're gonna get a bunch of old courses. But what I want y'all to
Probably
know
more.
is what y'all this free trust and will maker. We talked about this. So what this does is you're gonna need a PC for it, but and there's a little course that goes with it too. But this is a living trust, so it's not. It can keep you out of stuff in the public. All right, just put it like that. It's not gonna help you with too much private shit. And then that quick and legal business trust maker. So when you want to make documents and contracts for your business to business, because somebody asked, do I have to shut down my businesses? No, you do not have to shut all your businesses down. You can create private contracts. But that's the free trust and will course maker right there. And then you got the Quick and Legal Business Pro. Great programs. Also, just go to private trustee meetings.
Diamond Mind.
And then you're gonna have a bunch of old classes right here. The Trust and Limited Liability LLC that we was just talking about. We went over that. There's a whole class for it. I need some too. Then we got, it's just a bunch of different stuff, man. Diplomatic.
Too much shit.
Yeah. It's gonna come with a lot of ebooks, all of that. So just thought I'd show y'all. 508c1as. I just want you to know it's my progression in life. I keep learning more and more. So even though I have filed UCC ones, but I never thought it was a freedom document. But when I first started learning, all I used was an LLC. I didn't use a holding company. I did use a record label, but that's because I knew people could sell their soul to it. I didn't throw y'all off. You know what I'm saying? When I first got a life insurance policy, it was through my record label, so I could prove I had a job.
Hey, I know that file didn't say these nuts.
That's tough.
What'd you
say?
say?
I know that file didn't say these nuts.
Yeah, that's probably a file. But as time went on, it was COVID 2020 when I learned about holding companies. I didn't know the importance of holding companies until 2020. That's just 4 years ago. So, and that's when I started getting funding for my businesses. Was when I started using holding companies.
Mm.
And then make sure y'all go through the book. I'll give y'all the files right now to the chat. This won't be in there until it's done processing on Zoom. I'll show y'all what y'all are getting in these files. So you'll get the April class and the May class. I got other videos in there too. But this May folder right here, I'll put the May Zoom class in here. And it comes with templates. You're gonna get templates. So once you start learning that you're the private investor, so to speak, you can prove that you're the private investor. That's the only thing. Like I'm telling you, having your name as a business, I have my holding company represent me, or just some weird ass DBA. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like if any of my clients that have me do the arbitration for them is showing up as Private Institute Academy. That's the name of the business. You know, I'm doing the DBA. I don't need they don't have no business showing who they I always say I'm the account representative. So and when they're talking to you, you don't want to say you're the name. You don't want to say you're none of that. You just want to say you're the account representative. I was trying to pull up these tips for y'all.
Or manager, right?
Manager works, but when you're dealing with the account, though, I always say, so like when we go into arbitration. So I got an arbitration going on with like the other accounts too. You say you got the Black Law Dictionary.
Hey, bro.
Hey, let me get a copy.
When I say, I'm trying to hold my words. Hopefully you gonna come see me on Friday, you know, but hey, I'm just holding my words back, bro. I'm being respectable right now.
Oh, you the homie I hit up in the A?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll be in the A. I'll be in the A.
Well, like
Barbarian in here too, man. Barbarian, shout out to Barbarian too, man. I don't know if he's still in class. Yeah, I hit you up. I need a haircut, man.
Hey, I literally got all your books, bro. I've been studying. I'm just waiting on my time, bro. And shit, you hit me up, and that on my time
I
right
seen
there.
you as a subscriber,
Yeah.
and you was in Atlanta. I said I checked you out. I checked your pictures out because I need a barber. I want to have book something, but I was like, I'd rather deal with my subscribers or people that invest in me. I give back. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate you, but hey, on low key, bro, I don't do it for the money. I do it for the people. So your cut gonna be free regardless.
No doubt. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But
I'm
I
bringing
seen you
all my
doing your thing.
nephews, Floyd, in that case. I'm bringing all my
Hey,
nephews.
I want y'all to know. I want y'all to know.
Whole
Literally,
fam.
I like to spend with my family. So anything I do, because you know, a workman's wherever is higher, anyways. You know what I'm saying? But like, I don't want to just. You're not supposed to. That's why the Amish thrive. That's why the Jewish thrive. They only deal with and I have to pay, and I just tip him then. But you know, because I'm gonna pay the Mexicans 100. Cause I deal with the Mexicans where I be at. I let them touch me up.
Yeah. Hey, you seen my photos, bro? Nothing but work, bro. Speaks for itself.
But no doubt, man. I like if you're part of my royal family, you're connected to me. I'd rather deal with y'all, man. That's why, listen, when y'all come at me a certain way, like you're connected with me because your energy was right. A lot of people come to me, they start off with questions, they start telling me what their problems. I'm gonna block you. That's not how you start a conversation with me. Is telling me your fucking problems. We all have them.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But I need help.
I wouldn't say nothing to Barbarian. The dude is fucking got what Hulk Hogan say? I got these 24-inch pythons. His shit probably like 30 inches.
Hey,
Indeed.
peace and love, bro. I'm here. The family's here. I got my whole tribe here watching. We just quiet, bro. That's all.
Hey, that's what's up, man. It's gonna be a pleasure meeting you this weekend, man.
Oh, that's a fact, man. I'm gonna see you. You know, a lot of
I
people
just
don't
got
know
my
we
graduation
graduate.
outfit in today.
Yo, me too. We graduate on Saturday.
Hey, I don't know about that hat, bro.
Yeah, me neither. Like, listen, I got my turban with me, but you know, I'm a
Yeah,
pull
leave
up
the
with that.
hat.
We made it, so I'm playing. So
Oh, that's what's up, man.
that's what we got to do. But yeah, I
That,
yield, bro. I appreciate your time, man.
hey, that means a lot, man. He's the we made it. A lot of people been just not getting hip to that song.
Hey, Don, just to go to the LLC, for the LLC, when you said your name, do it have to be, because I have it only my first and last name. It has to be my first, middle, and last name.
I do both. I mean, I do first, middle, and last name. But some people just do it on however your bills are made or however you know. But I did my first, middle, last name, and I'm a junior, so I did it all.
So you do it that way? What do you, because I want to do
Yeah,
it the GOAT way. I want to do it your way. So
yeah,
I
that's
need to just
how I
go
do
ahead
it.
and
But
amend it.
just know I got all my name like moving privately now. Let me try to find my paperwork. So I sold it privately in the private because I already had it established. And I ain't want to fuck it up because it's already doing good. Let me see. Where is my paperwork? Trying to open this motherfucker up. So everything I do, business as, I don't even know what my shit is. Here we go. And if y'all just need simple status correction, so I want y'all to know this is gonna be the unincorporated way. I know like y'all are still stuck not knowing what that means either. Just keep it real. It took me a minute.
You ain't lying.
Hey, I wanted to argue with hey, listen, hey, so I shout out to the Chief of Mir's here, man, because his ass had patience with me teaching me that shit. Cause I'm like, man, fuck this 508C1A. 508C1A, fuck you.
Yeah, that shit's dumb.
And that's how I was with it. I could not grasp. Literally, and when I first came in the game, I learned about unincorporated business trust. It's the same thing. So I do carry this paperwork around with me. I'm not claiming securities with this yet, but this will prove I'm a private fucking investor. I'm trying to find out where I'm going. But you see, it's set up a mobile appointment. Literally, they will come to you. I know some of y'all got y'all's paperwork done, Bomb. Let me know if y'all have any success stories or even any bad stories, because they don't pay me. These motherfuckers don't pay me.
Done. We
Yeah.
just our whole family sent ours off, and a couple of us sent our documents out to the IRS. Can't wait to see what happens with that.
Man, they sent me a bunch of shit I'd never seen in my life.
Yeah, the wording is different.
Yeah.
I want to share just a little bit about your mortgage letter done. That your fire ass mortgage letter that you have in there. So we send it off. My husband received a call back from the CEO.
I wouldn't answer me. I've been scared, but you a gangster, okay?
That letter got them trembling, I tell you. So we have 4 units where they are in our business name. So I'm a recent subscriber. So of course I'm still learning everything. But I mean, your information has been phenomenal. I'm one of those ones that's hounding you and I'm asking questions, but I'm learning. You snap me back in my place, but I just, I grit my teeth and all that and just take it on because everything you're giving us is just right on time. It's right on time. So
I appreciate that.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it, and I'm putting my feelings aside, and I'm gonna rock on with you.
Good. You got kids?
No kids. We have no kids. So check it out. We LLC.
I'm not talking about y'all's children. The only time y'all need to be mad at me is if I'm talking about your mama or your kids.
So my husband and I got our name LLC. Of course, we're in Alabama. So they want to, so here's the thing. We have a business already. We have a business since 2018. And we have it with Regis. So we have an office with Regis. So when I LLC both of our names, and we went to because they have to do all that damn inspection and all that. So they want us to pay like $250 each, $250 a piece, because of course it's 2 separate business. But the lady was like, well, I'm not saying anything, I mean, under the table, unless you do one of my name in the LLC, but it's doing business as, and I'm just going to bring that up to you. If that's something you think I can do, but it's probably too late now because we have 2 EIN numbers already.
No, I mean, you can transfer everything is over. You can sell the business. You can do all of that. That's what I was saying, the private agreements. I just want y'all, it don't even matter. My address out there. But look, so they sent this shit back. When I did the status shit, they sent a whole coupon. I don't know if y'all can see this shit. Hey, in the date, and look at the tax period. It says 000. Everybody said, man, we can use it to pay bills.
So the tax period is supposed to say something else?
Yeah, a year.
Yeah. Okay. So they messed up.
Nah, they ain't messed up. I can use this whenever I want. I'm just out the system.
Oh.
If I have any tax obligations, I send this coupon in with it. And they take it out. They take me out of whatever system. Use it to pay whatever. It's like a blank check. Like you said, like a blank check. You know, and it came with all of this right here. If y'all can see it, everything was status select. You know, so like, cause she got some haters too. People be talking about that old white lady. That's messed up. Yeah. Hey, cause they take care of me. I wish I could do what they did. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I wish that I was structured all across the world and could help people all across the world, because that's what they do. And then I just had a phone call with my General Assembly. And so then when you come here, all 50 states, and they got people all across the world. So I talked to my state, my general, whoever, Florida coordinator. I don't talk to him. I talk to some lady. So that's ahead of my paperwork, ahead of me. and she gets me together every time, man. Everything I need, if she don't have the answer, she gonna go back to the team. They're gonna figure it out for you. So my main thing is why I want people is because like I had a young lady asking questions, and she was patient with me and stuff, but she was asking stuff for the tribe. So I suggest her name is I can't say Imara. So this is where you need to go. This is where you need to go, baby. You need to go straight here, see what they talking about, get in with them, and just duplicate what they doing, and just translate it in your own language. But I want y'all to know that they only do unincorporated associations. They're not going to teach you about LLCs and how to maneuver. But I want y'all to understand, because if the people so listen, if you get in good with me anyways, I'm going to get you around multimillionaires. If you're operating correctly, I got plenty of money for you. If you want to show this to somebody else, because all you're going to have to do is establish yourself correctly, and all they're going to need to do is see the proof, and they're going to pay you to do it for them, because people are lazy. It's just simple as that. So if you got a tribe, you got your own general assembly, you got your trust set up, however it may be. Whatever's making sense to you. I'll know if you're locked in with me, I'll know who to get you in contact with. Like she asking all the right questions. So instead of tribe, they call it general assembly. Instead of your family, they call it general assembly. Instead of your church, they call it general assembly. Shit, instead of your holding company, you can look at it like that. A record label, whatever makes sense to you. Every courthouse or every government's a record label because they're keeping records on you. It makes sense for everybody.
Don.
Actually, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. So quick question. We have cannabis license in California, and we started in 2019, and I just learned all this information. So my personal name is on everything. Like, I mean, everything, freaking everything. I mean, from the county level to the water boards to the CDFW, like all that shit. So what do I do? Do I just I don't even know what to do. I mean, I've signed so much shit. It's insane. And we got credit cards shut down because obviously now they can see there's association. And we also have a mortgage on our property, which that's a whole nother story. So I'm worried, like, if the mortgage company finds out, what they'll do. So I'm assuming I'm going to set up a holding company and then try to do.
Is this all because of the type of business?
Yeah, because it's cannabis.
I hate that shit. So we need to talk directly because I got people with licenses in Chicago as well, in Illinois. But
I'm from Chicago too.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, Chicago in the building. I need to
should start with a 3.
DM you. I'm about
You're
to
so
DM
scared
you.
of start with a 3. But we could do it tribal. It's different ways. But so what I've also seen is, you got to be able to set up your bank account and set up your businesses differently. So I've seen people set it up as you could do consulting, you can do advertising.
So I have been doing consulting because I helped like 20 farms get their licenses. So I did have consulting going, but of course that was all cash. So I didn't even do anything.
Right. It's just, because it's only because of the banking.
Yeah,
and then you can't get funding either for the type of business.
Nothing. And right now we're just sucking air big time because
tribal cultivation.
5 years it's been taking us to get our licensing, and
it's hard work.
Sucked us dry.
Tribal cultivation, but I got land and it's not far from Reno, and that's where I'm gonna start cultivating. So I need places to sell my weed.
Yeah, well, good luck with that. That's like impossible. There is right now the white market is stronger than the black market, but we're actually up in Mendocino County, and we're going to be one of the very few home occupation micro businesses. So we have cultivation, distribution, and manufacturing because my son makes rosin and all that kind of stuff. So we're 2 years in now for our micro business license.
How did you get, are you an Instagram subscriber?
Yeah.
Yeah, just make sure you message me. I'm gonna get you in touch with who you need to get in touch with.
Oh my God, it's like a
Yeah,
disaster.
hey, just don't forget about me. You start making big bucks now. Cut me in or cut it out. I'm gonna come tap you on your shoulder.
It would be great because we've been it's been a shit show in California. Literally.
Yeah, so literally with the type of stuff that I'm doing, status correction, things like that. Literally, I've had problems with banks. They shut my accounts down. Stripe. That's why I said with Stripe. Although, so it's similar situations, but I understand it with the cannabis too because now I'm getting into it.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, but but I have seen people get sued now. I want to say because they were posing as an advertising agency, but at the end of the day, they're advertising for that company.
Yeah. Well, that's because in California, you can't even do like fanware, nothing. If you do, it has to have your license on it.
That's crazy. But the holding company should work. The holding company should.
I'm thinking a holding company, but then I need to be able to start to hide like our ownership and stuff. So
right. And
we
no
want it
doubt.
all to be private.
For sure. I helped the dispensary. They start off as a 501c1a. The reason why it's legal is because they can only distribute to their private members. So that way it's not, it's considered a sacrament.
Well, we were thinking about I was kind of looking into a private member association also, but I think with all the licensing, because you're going through the state and you're all these layers of state agencies that I just don't even know how you get around any of that and keep it private. And obviously you have to be public because otherwise you can't operate.
So the people I've been working with, one of them was running for president, but they reached out to me because they wanted to get away from the license and they wanted to do tribal dispensaries.
Well, I wish we would have done that from the beginning, but we didn't.
No, man, I think it's amazing because you have to go through a lot to get your licensing.
Oh yeah. Just the California, the CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, I did it all on my own. It took me 2 years to write ours. So I'm thinking I should be able to absorb this information after I did that, but my brain is fried with all this.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll be glad to help where I can though with that, man, because I need help with the same thing. Like I said, I got land near Reno. We're gonna start cultivating there as far as cannabis goes. So
I had, like I said, I had 25 farmers. I'm down to 3 though, because everybody's just tapped out.
I got 2. So I got 2, but their daughter lives in Reno, so they want to help me out. So I was like, okay.
Yeah. Well, I think you're in a better spot to do it for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm new to this, so he said I only need 1 acre. I'm like, wow.
Well, we only have in California, in our county, we're only allowed to do 10,000 square feet.
Oh wow.
Small. So it's totally crap.
I'm learning a lot. Y'all are teaching me.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
So yeah.
I'll direct message you because I want to be able to set stuff up the right way, and I'm just a little bit freaked about how my name's just literally.
Yeah. I completely understand with that. That's how I was at first, but how I move now is like if anything that I'm connected to directly is like, I can't be sued for it, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, I'm not there. I'm a little nervous about it. So
yeah, especially when you start making a lot of money, you don't want to have assets of the public.
No. And I mean, to be honest, with the layers of permitting and licensing and all that kind of stuff, and I mean, we're probably $250,000 in so far. Wow. And we haven't made any money yet. Because you just can't, it's crazy what you have to go through to get licensed.
Well, man, I know somebody that needs 200 pounds right now in Missouri if you could ship it.
I'll give you my private number. We don't do anything. We don't do anything across state lines. Yes.
Hey, you got a tribal government. Y'all gotta get some tribal CDLs.
Yeah.
Y'all funny.
Noted.
That's a little sketchy too, because it's not. Yeah, Nevada's not the best place to be taking it. Well, anyway, 40 is not the best route.
we got private jets. It just depends.
There you go. There you go. Santa Rosa Airport's only an hour from our farm.
Yeah, I got some people with CDLs, bro. Private.
We got that private life. We put it together. We making something stay. We gonna make it shake. Y'all got any more questions? We can keep going, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thanks so much for your time.
No, you're good. I look forward to connecting with you.
Okay, thanks so much, John.
Don, I just wanted to share anybody that need that 420 funding. I got it.
All right. You got funding so get high. Hey, forget some funding. I need you to front me some pounds. That's funded to me.
Big facts.
Hey, we trade.
Yeah, there you go. I work for grain.
Hey, and I'm gonna be real honest with you. I got a brother that actually grow for medicinal uses over here too. So shit, just let
Wait,
me.
in Georgia? Is it legal in Georgia?
He got paperwork saying that, he got it backed by doctors and stuff like that. So he don't really like sell it to the public. But like, say for example, lawyers and doctors sit on his doorstep. Hey, it is what it is. But I talked to him about that a little bit. You said what?
Usually when I go to Georgia, I got my CBD paper ready, letting them know, hey man, you ain't even got tested. This CBD.
But yeah, hey, it's official, bro. I promise you.
Hey, I'm gonna holler at you, bro. Have something ready for me, man.
Oh, say less.
Yeah, straight up, man. I'm definitely gonna need something when I touch down.
Cause I'm gonna be real honest with you, how I got my life set up, I haven't been in the public for like 7 years. You see what I'm saying? Like
That's good.
I set my wife business up. And then like after I set my wife business up, I've been in the back scenes doing her accounting work. And then after I did that, I just been helping other people who start their businesses. So shit.
Okay.
I just been chilling, bro.
So I had a lot of great success in Georgia with the 508c1As, and some reason that caught in Georgia. Like I said, so many ministries up in Georgia.
That's what I need to get into. I just don't know the vocabulary. That's what I'm reading up on now. But hey, everything legit over here. Just say that. Everything legit over here, for sure.
No doubt. No doubt. Y'all have a lot of private lenders in Atlanta as well, like that lend money to private businesses.
The biggest thing that I got right now, I'm trying to create a small nation myself. Like the first thing was for my grandmother. We didn't really have no funding for her cost of living, so I just decided to start a nonprofit organization for her cost of living, and it kind of expanded from there. So now we're trying to look for like 23 acres to put like hotel condos and an actual facility for them to work out in. Because how I was trying to explain to the elders was, if I get a hold on to y'all not just gonna be, sitting down. It's gonna actually be like a real rehabilitation, but it's gonna be funded from the companies that I help, because how I set it up was I get certain percentages, and that percentages just go straight to the nonprofit.
Yeah.
But like I said, I slick need to pick your brain a little bit. So
I'm gonna hit you up on Friday.
Yeah, 100%.
Anybody else got any questions or anything we went over?
Yeah, Don, so I do like large max voted IUL cases. And so coming into this space, like I'm always interested in learning how people are using life insurance creatively. I know you mentioned that you got a life insurance policy. It sounded like your holding company owns it. What was like the reasoning behind that exactly?
I'm not gonna talk too much about my personal life insurance policy, but we can definitely connect.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah, I definitely. So you're doing the infinite banking stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I was just curious, like,
IBC.
as to like the reason why you would have your holding company own it, but yeah, we can connect later. That's cool.
Yeah. I did stuff to keep me off of it, you know. But my family trust is the beneficiary of that policy.
Word.
If that makes sense.
Mhm.
But I looked at how it's called Empire. It's a record label. I looked at how they were set up, and I set up just like Empire.
Nice.
And when they have artists come on the sign to the record label, they get a life insurance policy on them.
Oh, dude, that's what Walmart does. Walmart
Yeah,
does.
Walmart. It's same just like, but
Yeah.
every record company does the same thing. And they're usually doing it without the artist's knowledge.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, the it's going to be the artist's name because they make the name, they trademark the name, or they make it a business, and that's the beneficiary of the proceeds. But they also, for somehow, some way, because after you have to pay in so much, or however it works, you can explain it better for me on when you can take a loan against it.
Well, it depends on how the policy is set up. Some policies you can take a loan out after like 30 days, depending on the riders that you have. But
30 days. So because somehow that's how the artists are getting their advances, is from the life insurance.
No
So
way.
it's like their own money. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they're still making the interest on the policy.
Yeah, they have to pay it back.
Yeah,
The artists have to pay that shit back to the.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So that would be a whole life instead of term.
Yeah, so the whole life
it would
has
be
the
a whole
cash
life
value element.
Okay.
So yeah, literally that's what the record labels are doing.
Damn.
They buy
Does
them
that
out.
make sense?
Yeah. It's that. Yeah, absolutely.
Man,
Yeah.
I was telling my family this for years, bruh, and they call me crazy. I swear to God.
No, this is why the artist is worth more dead than alive sometimes, and then they own the royalties. If they don't have their estate plan, anyways, the record label is gonna come in. They have it all set up. Whether you know what I mean, they already got you established that artist name.
And they sold their soul product to the record label.
Yeah. So man, me and you, we need to talk so we can get some. I'm ready to sign some people to my record label.
For sure, bro. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm connected with the with the right carriers and teams.
Yeah. But I'm definitely I don't know how it works. I did have some older ladies reach out to me. Like I'm talking about, I think she's older. I want to say 70s. I don't know how that works, but she definitely wants life insurance. And certain people, they say it's too expensive for her. She's trying to find something affordable.
Yeah, I mean, as long as she's like in good shape health-wise, that's the thing. But then again, like if you're gonna be using a policy strictly for the cash value aspect of it, you could also just have the insured be a family member, who is in good health. And then if they're a lot younger too, the cost of insurance is going to be way cheaper. We'll be able to, benefit a lot more and a lot quicker from the cash value.
Well,
whoa, run that play back again. You say, dude, what? That was a play,
I'm not saying. Hold on. Hey, put your info in the chat too if you want to speak to the group, you want the group to reach out to you, whatever, man. If you get enough clients, you need to hook me up for free. Get my shit together for free.
Yeah,
but listen. You should have hit me up. You should have spoke before we talked about, because you already know I smoke weed, man. I don't want that on my policy, man.
No, I got you, bro. Hey, as long as you don't smoke tobacco.
I take the tobacco out. I empty that shit out.
Yeah,
yeah, that's where they get you at. That's where MIB gets you at.
They will rate you as a tobacco user if you say that you smoke weed. So yeah.
I'm just saying, establish that again. Even though we do the life policy, because I'm a little knowledgeable on that you can use a younger insurer for the policy. Run that again.
So you can have a few different players in a life insurance policy. So you can have a payer, you can have the owner, and then the insured, and then you also have the beneficiaries, right? So in the event that say your MIB report has too many dings on it, like you had some health issues, and so it's a lot harder to get approved, or if you do get approved, your rate is going to be way higher, so your cost of insurance is higher. What you can do, if you're really just trying to use it for the cash value aspect of it, is you can insure a family member who is younger and healthier, and then put you as the owner of the policy. That way you can take loans out against the cash value, as you please, but they're the insured. So that way, you still get the benefit without having to worry about qualifying health-wise.
Okay.
Do that for your kids.
Yeah, definitely do it for your kids. Seriously, you can.
I like you, man.
Good, bro.
Hey,
Yeah.
Cam,
Happy to be here.
Cam, I got one of my business partners, Cam, in here too. I believe his stepmother does life insurance and stuff. Y'all should definitely connect because they're good people too. He's a real estate agent. He's in Florida. I'm not sure.
I got my license too.
Yeah, man, it's funny. Like I got involved in that industry a while ago, and I'm coming into this whole domain, and I'm seeing all the ways that you can.
I like you because you're definitely well versed in what's going on, man. You're different, but insurance is a private contract. That's private banking.
Mhm.
And that's one of the last steps that I need to master is everything that you're talking about. I have yet to master it and use it correctly. I even got people that's making money. They've had the whole life insurance for 10 years, and they're getting paid back from this. Like they can go get chunks of change.
Hell yeah, yeah, bro.
Like,
compounding interest is it's one of the biggest wonders of the world. But I can get you connected with my mentor because he owns a large financial distribution platform, and he's like an absolute wizard with this stuff. If you're trying to learn about it.
Man, I definitely am.
Sure.
And you like Barbarian. He's about to be connected to some people. I'm gonna tell you some of the people that's connected to like high profile people, man. Even Lady Prosperity. She's connected to some people. My guy Cam here. These are
What's good?
Yeah, Cam, man. You hear this man talking, man?
Yeah, I hear him talking. It wouldn't let me join. I was trying to get the microphone to work.
Hey, I got him up there pinned. But you don't. Your stepmom does insurance too, right?
Yeah, she does insurance.
Yeah,
she does
you need to connect them, man. He's powerful, bro. He know what's going on.
Yeah, I gotta send him a direct message.
Yeah, man.
Sure,
So
yeah,
I just want to connect y'all. Cam does real estate too in Florida.
Yeah, and they're actually trying to get me to get my broker's license, so I might be doing that.
Might as well, man.
Yeah, real estate and life insurance, they're like peanut butter and jelly.
I'm on my way for a real estate license now, boy.
Yeah, so and then if you don't get your real estate license, you heard the people that got real estate, you could use holding companies.
Right. Exactly. Use that as your principal investor.
And you need to look at it like you're the real estate, you're the property. The mortgage would be the birth certificate. That would be the contract or the social. Because like that's why I taught Cam. I said, look, they had a land description, and then they retitled it under a mortgage, a property description. It went from land to property.
The property, right.
It went from being land to a property description. So if you own the land, they can't foreclose on the house. If the land is private, how are they going to foreclose on the property? If that makes sense to everybody, unless you're HOA, they come in regardless. They don't give a fuck about your contract. Hey, I just want y'all to know I had my first time when it was HOA, one of my first foreclosure cases. That's the homeowners association, right, Cam?
Right, exactly.
Man, they was foreclosing on the house for like $3,000. No, dude didn't pay like $3,000. I'm like, bro, if your house is worth millions of dollars, why don't you just pay the $3,000? Because literally none of that shit was working. The lens pits, nothing was working. I'm just gonna put that out there, man. That was the only issue I ever had with the HOA, but literally I didn't win.
So what, you just refinance it and turn it to conventional?
What you mean? The mortgage?
Yeah.
No, the HOA is the homeowners association. So because they got a gate up, you in a gated community, you got to pay for that.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna just add a bunch of different fees. It's like a separate And really, I don't, Cam, if you know, how we're forced that contract upon, I'm not sure. So literally, that was in like 2019. I still haven't figured that shit out. I have never beat the HOA. I'm gonna let y'all know right now.
Because that's somebody else. That's somebody else plot of land that they put houses on. That's
Man, so like if you're in certain communities, they force it upon you.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Like a gated community. If you're in a gated community, you're getting hit with an HOA.
Yeah.
It's
I'm learning that now too.
Yep, and they go up just like the property taxes.
It's an illegal covenant.
That's what I would say.
I mean, basically. Yeah,
It's
basically.
an illegal
Man, but
covenant.
listen, the state, the courts, they always, every time I've seen it, they've always sided with the HOA. So however they're set up is official. So we need to figure out how they set up. I never rerouted it and went back and tried to figure it out. I just told dude pay the $3,000.
Yeah, I never try to look at it
I
either.
want a
I
case
might try to
against
look.
them.
What was that?
I want a case against them through arbitration.
Okay, so arbitration. That makes sense. This is before I knew about arbitration.
Because it's fraud in okay.
Yeah.
D.O. Vega says the HOA foreclosed on his mom's house 7 years ago, and her house is paid off. Hey, bro, I'm just
pay HOA fees.
Yeah, the homie I had, his house was paid off.
Yeah, they connect themselves to the land. Well, not to the land, but they connect themselves to the home, and you can't have anything connected to the home, especially when you're buying a home. Although we sign the covenants, we don't look at the contracts when we're signing. Everything is not disclosed.
So it was in the original contract when you got the mortgage.
Yeah, because my deed it's like a special deed. It says like a special deed, and then it'll say it's a covenant. But you could rebut that the same way you could opt out of arbitration and these arbitration clauses. The same way you can opt out of that. How I got my company was they changed companies 3 times, like three different companies, and they were trying to collect. I mean, they were coming at me really, really hard. And so they had changed over ownerships 3 times. And it was just like I did like a validation of debt on them. And I mean, the courts, I got arrested for 6 months for that, up to 6 months for, they got me for contempt of court. So they say,
wow.
Contempt of court. But it was real big. But when I had the arbitration, they had did so much damage, I won the case.
That's amazing. Yeah, I just started getting into arbitration this year. I've had people in the arbitration for 2 or 3 years. I've seen people get out of prison with arbitration with the Department of Justice. They take the Department of Justice through arbitration.
Arbitration is definitely the way to go if you know what to do and how to do it. And if you know the law and you can stand on it. If you get an argument that you could really fight and stand on, stick with it. Don't change up.
And I just learned with Lady Prosperity, I learned that so if you're using like the online Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, even if you're using Credit Karma, all of that, you're automatically under arbitration under their rules. So when these companies are reporting your information to these companies, even if that company doesn't have an arbitration agreement, you can use their arbitration agreement because they reported to Equifax, they reported to TransUnion or Experian. All 3 of those credit agencies have their own arbitration agreements.
Yeah, but the companies are blocking from arbitration because I have an issue with Spectrum right now, and I'm trying to get them to because they're doing the billing wrong. The double booking side of billing. I'm trying to get them to, I've already retitled my account into a trust, and now I'm trying to, get them to set off the payments monthly, and they don't want to do it. They didn't want to set my negotiable instrument. They didn't want to do any of that. And so I've been trying to get them to just disclose what their accounting is and give me a forensic audit on the account, and they won't do it.
No, you're gonna have an independent auditor do that.
She do that. Yeah. So I realized I'm gonna have to go through that process. Not even independent audit, but the company that I was using, they're when I did the research on them, they're not doing audits correctly. So when you talk about doing a securitization audit, it's not holding up in court.
Forensic audit, are they signing it on their affidavit? You gotta get you a broker.
Okay. Yeah.
And then you have to do it correctly. So when you're doing an audit, you're gonna have to do that with the district courts. That's not no state level court case. You're gonna need a special attorney to look at these things.
Okay.
You'll never hear about no audits, no securities in a state court case. That's gonna be in a district court. That's one step up. That's considered really an Article 3 court to them, but to me, it's not an Article 3 court because they still don't have no Article 3 delegation.
Yeah.
I mean, but literally, they're saying it is.
That's what they say. I've been in district court, and I'm like, what is this? Yeah.
Yeah, you do it. It says when you look at federal judges, Article 3 of the Constitution governs the appointment, tenure, and payment of Supreme Court justices and federal circuit and district judges. But that's where the SEC, when you file your claims with the SEC, you're gonna go to the district courts.
Yeah, so I'm in the process of doing that now. I just tried to file. I'm gonna start, with the FTC, but I did start with the CFPB. They kicked my claims back and said they don't handle it.
Yeah, with the stuff. So listen, when you're coming in the public, you're talking about this stuff. That's private knowledge. So what I'm telling you is, you got to prove why certain things they did is affecting you in the public, keeping you from getting houses or cars, or is affecting you. It's affecting your life. It's causing hardship in your life. That's what I use arbitration for.
So should we already have an audit done already before we start filing the claims?
As for arbitration?
No. When we start making the claims.
If you're filing claims with the SEC, yes. You want to get an audit done. Yeah,
okay.
because you want it tied to your name.
Okay.
Now when you're doing an audit with the IRS, you're doing stuff with the IRS. I guess you can use those QSIP numbers or whatever. But once you got the proof, you got the proof. This is what it is. Here's the proof. Fill in the blanks for me.
So I had a friend that had an audit done, and I was going to use the same company. I think they charged like $2,300, but it was misspellings. It was a few things. The QSIP numbers was off, and I'm like, $2,300, and it was off. I'm not using that company, and so I'm real careful about that because I'm just doing research now. A lot of companies, some of the other companies, they don't have the Bloomberg backing, and it's difficult to find a good auditor.
So I have a question for you because I'm in that field far as I don't want to say credit repair, but just knowledge. Sometimes because of the e-Oscar and the Metro 2, everything that's going on now, I don't know what you mean by misspelling, but it all just depends if the company was probably, let's just see, they was using ChatGPT or some of the information or knowledge. Some misspellings, if it's not the law, then that's a good thing. So I don't know what you mean by the misspelling. So what you saying, like, say if they had and they spelled it TEH, is that what you mean?
No,
because when it goes through the system,
it was some serious grammatical errors.
Oh, okay. Well, just for everybody, even for the arbitration, just to let you guys know, like if you do that, Experian, like it's a waste of time to even do it because they don't even accept arbitration. And then, like I said, as far as the spelling with doing certain documents, if they run it through a certain machine, then it's best to do that instead of like what you're saying, as far as the FTC report, the CBP and stuff like that. It's best sometimes with misspelled words so it doesn't kick back as verified.
Okay, and then another issue that I found was most of the information that they had was just like stuff we could pull up ourselves, the prospectus, the a few of the forms that's on SEC. Some of the stuff you could pretty much find yourself. And then hers didn't hold up in court. The judge kicked it back.
Did they sign it though?
They signed it, but it didn't hold up in court. And it was
That's
almost
crazy.
like that person was an agent. Whoever that was, they just collected that money and they was an agent, because it's like the arbitrary people knew like how she was moving, how she was coming, and they were ready for it. And the judge kicked her audit back.
Yeah, that was in regular court. Like I said, when you're doing an audit, it's going to be in district.
No, it was in district. It was in district.
Because we dealing with securities.
It was in district. I don't know what she had it under, but it was in district.
Yeah.
I don't think she had it under securities. I don't know if she had it under equity or what, but I don't know.
Yeah, I would give me a real people, man. That's all.
Yeah.
I put somebody that can help you though in the chat.
Okay. Thank you.
Check them out. They specialize in foreclosures and shit like that, mortgages. But you can do an audit on any loan. And you have to be a broker. Anybody can do an audit. Like I can there's courses out there that can show you how to do your own audit. You just be considered an independent auditor.
Do you need anything for that? Like any type of licensing or certificates or anything?
I mean, not really. I mean, just something you're an enrolled agent.
Okay. That's
enrolled agent is the highest status you can get in the IRS.
Well, that's the what you call it? That's you get that for $39 or yeah.
Yeah, it's cheap on the IRS site.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No doubt, no doubt. Everybody know what an enrolled agent is? Anybody else? Y'all know what it is? PTIN.
What is that? Are you saying rogue agent or
enrolled agent?
No, enrolled agent.
Yeah.
With securities, like I was saying, it's in the book too. So I'll show y'all this website too. People use this website. I'm about to show y'all what enrolled agent means. But anybody, I just want y'all to know, anybody can start their own. Like you could become an auditor. Anybody can audit. But you gotta have let me show y'all. So they got Series 66 license, Series 6 license, Series 7 license. These are the people you want to audit you or have audits and get back from. So I didn't get to show y'all the because I see some of y'all might not have been with last class. So this is an organization right here, FINRA. All the places that will help you once you get an audit. FINRA. The Financial Industry Regulatory Authority is a private American corporation that acts as self-regulated organization that regulates member brokerage firms and exchange markets. When you're proving fraud, when you're a broker, you're Series 6, these are the people you're going to deal with. These are the people you're going to complain to. These are the people that you want to start your court case. They start the court case for you. They do the investigation. Once you got your audit, you go to these people. You complain to these people. You don't go straight to court. FINRA regulates the trading of equities, corporate bonds, securities, futures, and options. It has also been authorized by Congress to protect the interests of investors, not consumers, investors. Y'all let me know if that makes sense. Hey. So this is why I say quit being a consumer. Y'all, because a lot of people still going in with this information and they're still a consumer. That's my trust. That's my mortgage. That's my house. Hey, I'm an investor in these things. I just want my proceeds. I came to grab what's due to me.
I just want my property.
Go get the Series 7 exam for dummies and start learning how they're supposed to operate so they can't bamboozle you. That came from Theo Vega. I was just trying to go back to the basics today. That's why I didn't want to touch all of this, because I touched a lot of this in the first class.
Yeah.
Lady Prosperity was in the first class. So if you think I'm leaving anything out, let me know what I need to be telling these people, please. I trust her judgment.
You're doing great. The most important thing is y'all better get your stats corrected doing this.
I know exactly. She gets it. And she didn't speak up on the arbitration, but like she understood the arbitration right away. Y'all are causing me problems in my life. I'm not going in there telling them they need to be filing you're sending me this coupon. You need to offset it because I need y'all to understand they're doing everything right already. If you're getting a coupon every month, they're doing everything right already because that is your paycheck. It's like a dividend check. But all U.S. public companies must follow the GAAP rules in preparing their financial statements. So that was the main purpose of this book, Financial Freedom, to let you know who you're supposed to be complaining to. Once you prove that you're a private banker, once you prove that you're an investor, and what I'm saying this is make your name a business, have a holding company, move your assets out of the Social Security, now move it into a business. Now, this is another, the FASB, Financial Accounting Standards Board. This another company that enforces rules, GAAP rules. But I learned about GAAP through the Security and Exchange Commission and someone named Gene Keaton. Gene Keaton has been speaking on this. He's dead now, so rest in power, Gene. But he's been speaking on this since beginning of time. It's just like we couldn't understand it at first, or the people teaching us ain't and didn't understand it. Now, like I said, when they run a regular audit with the IRS, the GAAP, obviously there's different rules for different things. There's new levels, new devils with this shit. So the IRS is not going to be able to show you a CUSIP number or show you how they're securitizing things when they run their audits, when they're running those accounts. Everything is an account. You got a credit card, you got a car payment, whatever it may be, it's an account. Theo says, so technically we take them coupons to our bank. I'm still learning about this. I'm getting. So some people, they do take them. They put them in an account, they deposit them. I don't do that. Never had success doing that. I have talked to companies, and like I said, it's just depend on how you're operating, I guess. But I will show you somebody that does operate like that. Dang, what's his name? Trying to find his name. Okay, got it. So y'all want to talk to him? I'll give y'all his trust too. I mean his email address. This is the email address right there. He's in Boston. He was actually the first student. I've had two students. Someone said North American Securities Association. Never heard of them. I'll check them out. I'm going to show y'all this. So he has some type of private bank. As you can see, this is his account numbers in the regular name, his old account. And then this is the trust name. And then he was able to deposit this into a trust account. It's called a direct demand account or something like that. Let me try to Google it so I don't give y'all the wrong name.
Demand deposit account, maybe?
Demand deposit account, that's it. But it was under an unincorporated association. It says trust.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that now. I ain't gonna lie.
DDA.
Yeah.
DDA accounts can pay interest on the deposit funds, but are required to. Whatever that means. I don't know what it means. I don't want to talk about something I don't know what it means. But me personally, I would retitle everything to the trust, and then I would just write this shit off. You know what I mean? Like literally, I would pay it. I wouldn't charge. So like this is 2621. This right here, I've been scared that's gonna cut me off. 2,800. Ain't this electric bill? Yeah, I'd be scared they're gonna cut me off. But yeah, so what he did, he showed me that. He showed me what else he do. He gets mail free too. He doesn't pay for mail. That's tax per K. I don't want to get too deep on that. But I don't want to get too deep on none of this. But I want y'all to understand, like, it is true you can deposit these bills. I've seen a couple people do this, and I don't do it though. I pay my shit. I use it as a business expense. Let me keep showing y'all. Now, once you prove, like I said, I showed y'all the non-taxpayer affidavit. I showed y'all the My Status Select. So this is gonna put you ahead of those securities too, because you're putting a claim on everything. You're getting out the tax obligation. But I'm not just sure if there's a document that claims securities on there. I don't think there is. That's why I use my non-taxpayer affidavit. But this stuff is still good to prove that you're a private banker.
And
On the private side. Yes.
I was gonna say I was on their website the other day, and it looked like they had a spot on there where it's a drop down of all the documents and file that you would need if you were trying to do it yourself.
Well, we're on this site.
Yeah. Let me go to my computer so I can see. 1 second.
I mean, I got all the templates myself. They do send you the templates too when you get it, so. But if you can get it free, do it. Because all they're gonna do is put your name in the shit. All they're gonna do is put your name in it. But what I'm saying is, if you got it, when you pay with them, you get to deal with them. You're part of their community. They give you an ID and everything. I don't know. I want to keep going through these. Let me keep going through these. Pull up this book. I'm gonna just pull up the book so y'all can see the templates. So y'all can see all the companies I deal with. So status corrections first before anything. Know that. And it could be just as simple as making your name a business. That's what happened. That's what's going on. Your name's a special purpose vehicle, and then they create multiple accounts over and over. So we got the SEC, Security Exchange Commission. We got FINRA. I already talked about them, the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority. You got the Federal Trade Commission. These are the people that you want to talk to initiate an investigation, then court on your behalf once you have the proof. National Futures Association. The Commodities Future Trading Commission. Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. This one is definitely important. I don't even know why I had to wait to see the letter. FINRA again, Internal Revenue Service, IRS, FASB, we talked about them. That's the Financial Accounting Standards Board. You can make it International Accounting Standards Board. And I'm gonna pull up some of them so y'all can see what they do. So we said we already know about the SEC. I like that she knows. So I didn't even know how important the SEC stuff was until an audit, a forensic audit. That's how I started learning about the SEC forms on what they have to actually provide to the public. So let's just see. Funds recovery. Report of fraud. I'm looking for, what does filing an SEC complaint do? The SEC investigates the allegations in the complaint and may bring charges against the wrongdoer, but it does not always result in the return of an investment losses. To recoup a full range of damages, an investor should consult an attorney to determine if filing a civil action is in the investor's best interest. Investors fills the complaint form and send through post or submit in person to the exchanges. Investors, I don't even know what that is. Well, I'm just showing y'all why they will bring charges for you. This is who you want to talk to first. And this is the type of people you want to put on notice first. And then same way with the FDIC. See, everybody understands this is insurance. This is a private contract. The government is not going to help you with a private contract. Insurance, the government cannot interfere with a private contract. Same way with the if we can ask Simon, when it comes to insurance, all the insurance is outside the scopes of the government's touch.
Nobody can touch it. Somebody tries to sue you, government.
It's private banking.
Straight up.
I'm glad you know your job, man.
It's interesting shit.
Right. So I want y'all to know insurance is a form of being a secure party creditor. Insurance is a form of sovereignty. The Social Security number is insurance. And so with Simon, he understands, hey, I don't want to partake in that insurance program. I want to take in my own insurance program. And instead of like you can borrow against the whole life with Simon. That's what you're doing with the social. You're borrowing against first of all, it's not backed by anything. There's no assets. It's only backed by your labor. But so when after 36 months, you're seeing this type of products involved. Certificates of deposit. You got to understand that anyways. When it's notes, securities, certificates, that's certificates of deposit account. It's like a minor account and a major account. With a minor account, you can only issue like certificates. But you can trigger the FDIC to look into things as well. Because I want y'all to know, after 36 months, they're filing something called a 1099-A. Let me show y'all what it is. They're saying you abandon the property. You abandon that note. They're filing this on the note to acquire, because you abandoned it and they're acquiring it. After 36 months, whether it's a mortgage, whatever it may be, they're gonna say you abandoned it. And they're gonna foreclose on your house or whatever, and they're gonna get the FDIC insurance. Does that make sense to everybody? So you gotta understand they're getting paid all which way. All these little pass-through entities, all these little things they created. So that's why that's important. The FDIC insurance. They're getting that. All right. It's $250,000 for a mortgage and $200,000 on everything else. And then if it's with the credit union, because I know it's called the NCUA. So even though credit unions are private institutions outside the government, they still have insurance, the NCUA, and that's going to make it where you know you need you're going to have to. This is who you file it with. This is the FDIC version with the credit union. You can file a complaint right with them, the NCUA, the NCUA. And so these are the people that you're gonna want to get on your side. FINRA, file a complaint. You can do everything online too. You don't even have to write them. And you can do arbitration through FINRA as well. They do arbitration as well. That sounds crazy, don't it? You can do arbitration over security. That's crazy. But says contact your firm before you file a complaint. But this is the complaint process. File a complaint with FINRA. This is putting you as an investor. And then you see everybody right here. When you go to FINRA, everybody else is right here. You got arbitration and mediation. They said you can do arbitration right through FINRA. Then there you go. SEC, the commodities, and the National Futures Association. Gold and silver is considered a commodity and a future contract. Even your labor can be considered a future contract. You're negotiating your labor away. So these are the people I would complain to before I go to any court, trying to deal with any court. You're gonna want to get these people on your side, make complaints with these people. They're gonna investigate everything. And then so if you got these audits, they can't say, hey, this is wrong, or hey, this is if this shit is right, they gonna have to look into it. Like, hey, yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, this is we track the securities, and this is absolutely correct. If that makes sense. You know, they're not gonna be like, hey, this is fraud, this ain't right. If it's right, if you had the audit done, a securitization audit done, and it's proven that everything is fraud, they have that same access.
What if you do it yourself, Don?
What was that?
What if you do it yourself, the audit?
I mean, if you do your audit, you got it. You know, I like to use the Bloomberg ones though, but if you know how to do it and do it the audit, because you know there's classes that show you how to do the audit. And that's a lot cheaper. That's like $100, $200. You can take a class to show you how to do an audit. You take it, you show them. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That makes
I'm gonna look
sense.
into it. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, if you got your whole audit, show 'em. You can't go in there with no IRS audit though. You can't go in there because that's just accounts. I want everybody to know that, man, because I have some backlash now. People talking about you supposed to be in because they listening to somebody else. I want y'all to know I do got this. There's a certificate right there. I did my name, first, middle, and last name plus the JR in Missouri. That was the first thing I ever did. And then a certificate of identity with the Treasury. That's why I got all this paperwork out. And then then that's when I did that non-taxpayer affidavit. But I wasn't having success with that because I wasn't going after securities. I was just getting out the court cases. Of course, they was dropping the court cases because they thought I knew something. They were still getting paid. I want everybody to know if you're just getting rid of debt, the companies are still getting paid. If that's all you're doing. Charge-offs are considered income per the IRS. They're going to file an IRS form. Let me show you.
And that's the 1099-C, right?
Yeah, if they serve you with one, well, they're gonna file. If they get rid of your debt, they need to keep you a 1099-C anyways. I'm talking about if it comes off your credit report, they're supposed to serve you with a 1099-C. Also, this is how you can also prove you're an investor. You file this 1099 INT. This goes with anything with $10. Anything over $10, you file interest income. I'm gonna find you why. I'm gonna find you why. I'm not just gonna leave it all hanging. I'm gonna give you all the definitions. So a 1099 INT is an IRS income tax form that reports interest income. And it's to be filed by brokerage firms, banks, mutual funds, and other financial institutions on interest more than $10 paid during the year. This includes interest on deposit accounts, dividends, and amounts paid to the holder. So I'm talking about everything, your utility bill, your bank account. You write to the bank manager, the CFO, you let them know. You see dividends paid by a life insurance company, interest on bank deposits, everything. 1099 INT. The same thing with mortgages. So I want y'all to know, like, this goes with a 1066 form, IRS form. You do the 1099 INT as well. And then you got a whole another thing with a mortgage. I'm gonna go back. I know I'm moving fast. Form 1098. This is all ran like the 1099 INT, 1099 OID process. You got the mortgage interest payments. You got the U.S. real estate and mortgage investment conduit. This is the interest. And it's showing you the investor. And then the 1099 INT. That makes sense, everybody. Now, this is proving you the investor. Just want y'all to see that. So I've talked about this for the longest. I just learned about this one as an investor. There's another form too that goes along with this. But the cover letter is a 1096, and this shit is just like a 1099 INT process or a 1099 OID process. This goes along with all of that. So does that make sense for everybody? I know we're going deep. Y'all have any questions?
No. So I like I said, I am new. So when you like, what's the point of the NIT part? As far as if you could explain.
INT?
Yes.
How did you? So you was talking about you was trying to claim stuff because it was the bill or whatever, right? How do we get credit from the Social Security number?
Correct. Or EIN.
When there's credit involved, is there not interest involved with credit?
Say that again. The question.
So you gave the credit from your trust, right?
Okay.
All right. So anytime there's credit, there's an interest.
Okay.
That's
So
how you're
for the money.
interest as the investor.
Mm-hmm.
When you go to the store, you run it as debit or credit, right?
Correct.
So if you're running as credit, there's interest involved.
Right. I'm following.
1099 INT is for the interest.
Gotcha. So that's what you mean by they always making money, no matter what. They always making money.
That's your money you're supposed to claim.
Oh, God.
After 3, it's your credit. You the one that gave the credit. Where does the credit come from? Your social?
Yes, it does.
Where's the social come from? Your labor?
Mm-hmm.
It's your credit. You just have to redirect it and show it's yours. But you keep claiming the individual. You're not claiming the trust. You're not claiming the investor.
Yeah, we're consumer.
That was the whole purpose of being a private banker. What's this say right here? What is credit? Credit interest. What's this say, right? Who has to fill out a 1099 INT? Brokerage firms, banks, all banks. If you have an interest of more than $10, everybody on this call has deposited more than $10 in the bank this year. Guarantee it.
Okay.
What interest rate do we charge?
If you got a mortgage-backed security, you got an asset-backed security, you're paying a credit card. I just showed you. They're dealing with brokerages. They're securitizing your notes. Deposit accounts, dividends. People are getting paid off your credit, off your interest. You're paying principal interest. I just showed y'all what an asset-backed security was in the class. Then they say there's a principal payment, principal interest, interest payments. This is how you're claiming the interest correctly. Because after 36 months, they're going to claim it, they're saying it's abandoned. And that's when they file the 1099-A. And they acquire everything that you were supposed to file as an investor, as the private investor.
Makes a lot of sense.
Even if you think it's a bill, that's considered a debt obligation. Correct? So even if you're a holder of a debt obligation, you're still owed 1099 INT.
Hey, Don.
How do we calculate the interest?
What's up? What's up?
Hey, they told me we could use the area code and the physical address area code if you're like applying for credit or something like that, or if you want to use that instead of your social security number. That's what like this. That's what Apple told me. They gave me that little info. They said that you could use your area code, but the physical address area code, like for your actual house, which is like there's 4 extra numbers at the end of your area code. Yeah, they said that you could use that number right there, the full number with the 4 extra digits, which is your rural address, physical address. You can use that instead of using your social security number wherever you apply for credit.
I ain't never heard that, man. Put that in the chat or something, man. Let me know how that works out for you too if you try it.
I know, I'm waiting. Yeah, I did. So I'm waiting on it. I'm waiting to hear back.
Hey, for real, that might be something hip. I never heard that.
For sure. I'll put it right now.
Hey, but no, let me know if it works for you.
I definitely will, bro.
I'll have somebody try it. I'll have somebody try it. I'll let you know. You know what I mean? Hey, just so y'all know, man, I want y'all to know I have a lot of this stuff that we've done. Like I've seen people either test it out first because I need to see it before I test it out. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Smart.
You know, but literally, so my first success that made me even believe in any of this stuff was we did some stuff with somebody's utility bill, and they sent them a debit card every month. They said we're not gonna they kept sending them bills, but they got them a debit card to pay their utility bill. They could have used it for their bills or not. They was using it for other stuff too, but they gave them money every month on the card, like the utility company, to pay the utility bill. I promise you, this stuff was in 2018. Yeah, man. Yeah. It came in like, she was like, this looks like the same card I get my child support on.
Fire.
Yeah, so we did something right. You know what I mean? We was just testing a bunch of different stuff out, man.
I'll let you guys know what happens, man.
Yeah, no doubt. He said. So what'd you say you do? The what's the number?
Okay, basically it's the rural address number. So wherever your area code is normally like 5 digits. Okay, so then there's normally like some bills that you'll get, there'll be like 4 extra digits. Or you can just go to your local
so you
post
saying
office.
use that instead of your social?
Yeah, and it works apparently. That's what they told me in the credit. Yeah, dude, because apparently it's the main account. Yeah, because it's the main account.
Who told you that? Apple told you that?
Apple told me that, and the Goldman Sachs. Yeah, Goldman Sachs.
a special guy that's like all the way, like I had to go through so many calls to get to this guy.
Wow.
Wow, bro. I ain't never heard nothing like that in my life.
That's what he told me. I applied for it, so I'm waiting since it was like Memorial Day yesterday.
Well,
my,
send
my
me
grandma
your name, can you send me
yeah.
your name, your birthday, and your zip code and the last 4 digits of the zip code?
Yeah, basically.
I'm just messing with you.
I was like, whoa. That was funny, man. Thanks, bro. Keep me on my toes.
Hey, all you gotta do is ask. Listen, if that works, all you gotta do is ask somebody. Somebody volunteer that information.
Yeah, for real.
That's wild, bro. That's
Yeah,
wild.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I can't confirm or deny that, but I mean,
I know. I'm
glad
I'll
you
let
brought
y'all
it
know
up.
what happens. I'll let y'all. I already did it, so I'll let y'all know.
I don't suggest anybody trying that at home.
No, don't try it yet. I'll let
I
y'all
mean-
know. I'll let y'all know.
What
I
state
do
are you in, Ricardo?
I'm in Texas.
What state
I'm
are
in
you?
Texas. Yeah, I'm in Texas.
You say you use it to apply for credit?
Yeah, I'm in South Texas. Yeah. What was that?
You gonna know if it went through if motherfucking what's his name, Chuck Norris don't show up at your door.
I know, right?
Walker, Texas
Yeah,
Ranger.
totally. Yeah. I'm excited to see what happens. I already made my name a business. I already got like trademark
That's good.
logos and all that stuff. Yeah, holding company. Yeah.
So when I first started helping people, like literally, I don't know what I know now. I'm just gonna put it like that, okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
But people were doing OIDs and INTs right before the INTs. So literally, I knew for a fact that we should not cash that check because people gonna get money back.
Yeah.
But they don't get it back until they cash that check, and then they was going to jail. So that's when I learned to put my name in the business.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
So if you put that check in the business name, you're good.
Oh, that's what's up. Mm-hmm.
Because the 1099 ID is for institutions. I learned that probably like 2 years ago. I learned that all these when you're doing these things, they're giving you a check. It's for businesses and institutions, not individuals.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That makes sense, everybody?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yes.
So I just want y'all to see this is a form of status, enrolled agent status. And we did talk about status in this book. I'm gonna read y'all that definition. Let me try to go. So this definition right here, enrolled agent status is the highest credential the IRS awards. Enrolled agents like attorneys and certified public accountants have unlimited practicing rights. In the book, I talked about agents somewhere. All right, boom. Types of investors. Agent and agents, because we talked about registered agents too. That's a type of agent. Agent legal terminology is a person who has been legally empowered to act on behalf of another person or entity. An agent may be employed to represent a client in negotiations and other dealings with third parties. The agent may be given decision-making authority. Now, what I'm learning by trial and error, because I've had some companies be shut down, is you need an agent that can accept mail for you and respond for you always. I showed y'all one attorney that can be an agent. And then stockbrokers, they're also agents. So when in the midst of learning about securities, that's when I learned about special agents. Special agents are authorized to make a single transaction or a series of transactions with a limited period. This is the type of agent most people use from time to time. A real estate agent, security agent, insurance agent, and travel agents are all special agents. So Simon is a special agent. It sounds crazy now. It sounds crazy, but he is a special agent. Cam is a special agent. it has nothing to do with law enforcement. Acting as an agent in a specific industry without the proper license and registration can lead to fines or being prohibited from acting as an agent in that industry in the future. So just know that when you see special agents or heard the term special agents, they're dealing with your trust. They're dealing with your securities. Does that make sense, everybody?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
So Simon is a special agent, man.
That's what's up.
How's that make you feel, Simon?
Makes me feel it. I'm with it. I'm with it. I like it.
Hey, I mean it in a good way. I don't mean it in a bad way.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm gonna,
are
I'm
they
gonna start
supposed to send
introducing
us a
myself as an
badge or
insurance
something?
agent. Start introducing myself as a special agent.
He don't get a badge. He's already, you need a license. That's it, I
Oh, a
guess.
license. I've been seeing some people, they get some badge after completing this some process they're doing, and they get some badge.
The
It's
bounty
weird.
hunter
I don't
badge
know
or
what it
something.
is. I don't know what it is. I think I might have taken a screenshot. I'll let y'all know. Let me see.
Yeah, so I started learning about agents. I started looking into agents again when I started helping the NFL players because they have a sports agent and they're able to deal with their securities and their trust dealing with that sports agency. Because you got to understand with the NFL, we'll just talk about the NFL. That is a charity. It's a nonprofit organization.
No way.
Yeah, and they own
Wait, then how
land.
they be profiting?
So listen, they're their own tribe. They own land. They got their own flag. They got their own mascots. They got their own clothing line.
Shut up.
They got their own
Oh
food.
wow.
They got their own health care.
Wow.
So they're outside the jurisdiction of the United States, and they're able to access the securities to get the public to pay for everything. The public pays for the arena. Yep. You paid to bring the tribe to your city. The public pays to televise the game.
That's clown.
IPO.
Yes, they don't have an IPO though. They deal with the government. They contract with the government. They contract. They're still a part of the private sector. They just contract with the government.
So it's like their own tribe, like what you're saying. They just
Yeah. And they have agreements with the government.
What?
That's why they're not being taxed and any of that. So the reason why they brought me in, I'm showing how people to be foreigners because they got it where like with the NFL, they switched where you can't send stuff to a private trust no more. You can't send stuff to LLCs no more. It has to be a personal account. They changed all the rules in 2024. So I'm showing people how to be foreigners, stay foreign, and get outside the tax obligations.
What's the first step you get to them to be like foreigners? Because would they be the same? So like the NFL, do they take out insurance on their people
Yeah,
too?
of course. Yeah, you have because they're taking out insurance because you're using their doctors. You're using all you have to go to when you sign up with their contracts, everything they're kind of forcing your hand. But they can't take taxes out because they're a charity. But if you have a personal account, you're gonna be held liable for a tax. So they're just forcing people to send them to individual accounts. I'm showing people how to stay foreign and stay away from that social when dealing with your accounts.
Is that the same? I was gonna say, is that the same for like when you signing these contracts with the social media companies to be like content creators and stuff?
Well, I want you to know, I don't know how to get around those things. But yeah, social media is definitely taking your rights away. No doubt. I'm glad you're in tune to that. But I would just set up foreign accounts. But
Is it the same way with the NBA?
What was that?
What is it? Because I forgot the basketball player name, Gibson or something. He was just talking about how the NBA wasn't like, how they have their retirement, even if you you play out your contract and all this other stuff. It was just centered around since I don't know if LeBron's supposed to be a free agent. What's his name? Gibson, Andrew something. I forgot his name, but he was just saying too, like the retirement is not set up even for NBA players. Like their retirement that they say that you have is not set up. Like you basically won't have nothing.
I want y'all to know, mostly I can't speak for everybody, whether it's the industry, the NBA, NFL, sports, all of that, because I work with a lot of celebrities. We can go through my inbox. I got celebrities I turned down. So we'll just speak on the music business. It's called the music business for a reason. You don't own the music, but you better learn how to use your music to get to the business. You're going to get paid off endorsements and private contracts. But no, they're not going to set you up correctly. They're just getting you in the door. You famous, you get to rub elbows with people, that's the business. You don't get to own your music, you learn the business. If that makes sense. Because everything you make through them is going to be controlled. You know, that's why ain't nobody, you don't hear hardly about anybody that got famous and rich or talking about how they went back and saved their community. They can't do shit. You can get this house, you can get this house in this location. You can, and you have to buy it from these people. Everything is controlled. If they're gonna make you rich, everything's gonna be controlled. You gotta get your jewelry from my cousin. You gotta get your cars from my other cousin. You have to marry my other cousin. That's how it operates. That's how you move and operate once you reach a certain level in the public.
And piggyback on what she was saying about social media, you know how sometimes, what about our voice and like our rights now? Because you know how sometimes you'll go through certain entities and they'll say
Right. So
they'll use your
let me
voice
stop you real quick. Let me stop you real quick. When I first showed you my operating company, did I ever show you my name? I said, this should be your name, right? I showed you a record company, right? All right, sign symbols for the conscious mind. I showed you already a record label, record company, Goodyear Records. I said, this is my record company, correct?
Correct.
All right, and what does a record company own?
Voice.
The
Music.
people,
Everything.
Okay, your
the
voice.
person who signed their life away. Okay.
Your intellectual property, your voice, all of that, your airwaves, your air jurisdiction.
Same thing with social media.
Same thing.
That's like Little Mermaid. Little Mermaid and
yes, that's it. That's exactly it. Little Mermaid. That's what happens when you sell your soul to a record label that you do not manage. Your voice will be controlled. That's what's happened in the courtroom. Your voice will be controlled. The United States is a record company. I said that out the gate. They can't hear you until you're in the proper jurisdiction. You have no voice, you have no rights. Until you're in the proper status, proper jurisdiction, proper standing. It goes identity, status, and then standing. Once they identify you, that shows you your status. That means that then once they know who your status is, that's your standing. That shows you what you have rights for. If you're a Mr. or Mrs., that's a slave status. Are you a king? Are you royalty? Your honor, that's a status. A judge is a status. A doctor is a status. Being married is a status. Being a business owner is a status. Being a road agent is a status. Being a special agent is a status. Where are you at in this game? Does that make sense, everybody?
Don, how does that apply when you're correcting your status? So obviously the trust is my all caps name is my birth name, but I've been married for 35 years, so I've used a married name for 35 years. So am I LLCing my birth name and I stop using my married name?
Nah, man, your husband, I would just make him your owner. Simple as that. For real, because he can always show up. Who's your daddy? You know what I'm saying? A person is one son. You're gonna be saved through the father.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So yeah, use your so on everything, he should have the power of attorney, but at the end of the day, you need to have a private contract where you got power of attorney over him.
Okay. But
does that make sense?
Yeah. So should we set up two different LLCs, one in my birth name and one in like our family name?
I mean, yeah, you can if that makes sense to you. Whatever makes sense to you.
Okay, interesting. Then well, I guess then I'll basically end up having two names.
Can you DBA it?
I mean, do you have kids?
Yeah, I have 4 adult children.
Do they call you by your government name or do they call you mother?
No, they call me Gigi. That's my grandma name.
All right, Gigi. That's a name. That's a different name.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if I go to court, I say, they say, state your name for the record. My mom calls me son, my children call me father. Can you show me something with my name for presentment?
Okay.
Where do you live? In a house on earth? Where you from? Shit, my mom's Coachy. You know what I mean? I'm from the one who sent me.
Okay.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
You know? It's like, can we stick to the facts here?
Well, they are facts.
So it's just like, I mean, I'm just showing you how you can maneuver. You go, I would never, when you use that government name, That's not you. You work for that name. I work for the name. Don't ever let nobody say that's you, because that's gonna make you liable for the business.
Okay. So I can set up an LLC in my birth name, and then I just continue using my married name as I have for the past 35 years.
Correct.
Okay. Gotcha. Awesome.
Get your contract. Make your agreement over your
But I
husband.
want you to know, man, he is your private property and you're his private property. And if y'all got contracts for that, there's no court in America that can go against that shit.
Gotcha. All right.
You know, if you got your kids, you can go get them out. That's your private property.
Yeah. So even though my kids are adults, they should still go in our family trust?
Hey, God made 7 days. He made 6 days and rested on the 7th. Can you prove, you know what I'm saying? If every billionaire who decides 2024, them is your kids, baby.
That's your property.
Yeah. Family law is private law.
Gotcha.
Age of majority in your tribe is 177.
Okay.
That's
So
my
then
baby.
My kids, even though they're grown adults and they have their own families, they should still go on in our family trust, and then they do their own family trust.
Yes, they actually, since they working, they need to be, since they're not paying tax. Because listen, if we tribal, we're getting around those taxes, right? I want you to know they supposed to be paying the monarchs, which is you and your husband. They need to be. That's the tax. You gotta pay the king and the queen. You gotta pay the emperor and the empress.
Okay.
But for real, this is how families thrive.
Yeah.
And then the grandkids, they're gonna be paying their parents. And that's just how, that's why when you set up correctly, you're gonna have a bunch of kids.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm past that, but yeah.
I believe in magic.
I mean, you can start adopting. You can adopt.
Hell no. Hell no.
Start you a nation.
I have 4 grandkids. That's
right. I'm just trying to get the paper.
She's like, she got enough going on. And she's still running the business.
Yeah. I want to sit up under your tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm adoptable too.
I was about to say, that's why the kings be having all them queens, man. I'm telling you.
Hey, right. Listen, all the girls I done met, they ain't like her. Now I had girls moving my weed packs when I ain't never had one growing the shit.
Bro, shit.
She legal out here.
Yeah. Well, COVID was really fun with all of our grandkids at the weed farm. It was a fun time. When they went back to school, my daughter was terrified what they were going to talk about.
I want I would want you to come as they want to know what your parents do or whatever. I'm bringing my grandparents in every day. Hey, I'm part of the family tribe and we grow marijuana.
My daughter, my son-in-law, my granddaughter and grandson are 7 and 6, and they got in trouble. So my son-in-law made him pull weeds. This was after they moved back home from the farm. And he went to put her to bed that night, and she said, "Hey, Dad, how come Boppy sells weed and you made us pick weeds and throw them away?" She's 7.
She didn't understand. That's good. That's good. I'm trying to pick a bud and just throw the fresh bud right in the blunt. I'm tired of paying $400 a zip.
Oh my God.
We invested now.
That's cheap.
You said that's cheap. There's some pressure though. But yeah, hey, Rim Dog says stop using the socials, the easiest way to change your status. I say just use your EIN. You gotta learn how to operate from the business standpoint. And then if you know how to get EINs without using your social, or how to open up businesses that are just outside the scope. I mean, you and your husband can open business for each other, get registered agents. That's how we move. So I hope that makes sense for everybody. If y'all don't have any more questions. So look, I'm going to respond to everybody I sent this class to via email with the link to the replay. And then I will make sure to send everybody in the Instagram as well. I create another chat for people on the Instagram. And I'm gonna continue doing this monthly, the GAAP, and I'm gonna keep learning as we go because this is a fairly new process for me as well. But I'm just seeing a lot of remedy when people are going to the SEC and the FDIC. And then the My Status Select, I've had a lot of remedy with that. I have one of my students that's working on a new process as a foreigner, and I'm gonna let y'all know how it goes because one thing they just did is kind of scary. They put in a claim for $9 million. So I'm not. To me, numbers like that scare me when dealing with the IRS. So, I'm glad my name's not on any of that paperwork. But regardless, if if it's right, it's right. If it's wrong, it's wrong. We about to see. Now, me,
I
I'm
did
just
something
not.
worse.
I'm
did
not
90
trying to
million.
do shit like that.
I did 90 million.
But did you get it back?
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for that knock.
Wait for the
I
knock.
was just scared because listen, they got the paperwork back that says approved, and I'm like, it says 9,999,999, something like that. I literally, I got it on my phone. I said, this girl tripping. It's a woman too, but she a little bit older, so. But she been doing
Did
taxes
she do
for.
an international bill of exchange?
No, she's doing it as a foreigner. She's a withholding agent. As a withholding agent, because when they're taking taxes from you, it's withholding. You're with individual withholding agent.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I can show you the form because if y'all want to learn it, y'all want to study it on your own. I'm learning now. She definitely made it make sense for me, but that doesn't mean I'm not scared.
Yeah.
Let me see. I can see if I can call her real quick right now, just so she can explain it. But she getting money. She was getting money different ways though, like during taxes.
Please leave your message for.
Anyway, so I'm trying to get a hold of them though. But I'll let y'all know the forms they filing. I'm not understanding it yet. Yeah, this says, I don't know. Let me see if I can. Y'all see that number? $9 million. 999,999. Y'all see it?
God damn.
Damn.
Yeah, she tripping. This shit said dear taxpayer. So look, it says, I see a W form. They got W2, W2G is as in 1099R distributions from pensions. I ain't never seen that tax form. But what they were doing is, let me keep going. Because I got the whole process on here. All right, we got a form 8655. Let y'all see this shit. Before we call it a night. This ain't got nothing to do with class though, so don't ask me about this shit. Y'all know when I make a book about it.
9,999.
So look, this woman already getting money, so it's like she not scared. You know what I mean? But reporting agent authorization. That wasn't the first form though. Then this 1040, she filed a 1042S. She had a W8BENE. This is proving you foreign. So this is what she filed first with her a 98 number. It's a W8BENE. not a regular WABEN. So certificate of status of beneficial owner of United States tax withholding and reporting entities. This is for entities. So that 98 number everybody talk about, I put it in the chat. I'll put it in the chat again if y'all need it. Let me put it in the chat again. '98 number instructions. What this is a foreign entity. You create a foreign entity without using a social. And then I don't really like these. Book a consultation though if you need help. But I don't want y'all to get confused at none of this. So right here, it does have Florida Republic in there. Don't worry about that. These are Moors. I wouldn't necessarily use a social, but you can. But I would just use a whole different address. You can get an address from iPostal 1 or Regis. I would get a foreign address, a real foreign address. That's what I would do. I got one in Puerto Rico, set one up. So it just says, I'm calling it a foreign trust. When they ask you, it tells you what to do. You can either fax this in or call them. It takes about 2 to 3 weeks. You will get an EIN number that has no social. If you fill it out and they ask for your social, you just put foreign where it asks for your social. Right here. All you have to do is put foreign. That's it. So I want y'all to know that. But these are the forms she was filing. 1042, 1042S, and 1042T. I showed you 1042S, 1042T. I don't know what this shit is. But I got proof that all this shit is working. So, but they just did a big ass claim. So, I mean, she gets money, so I believe it. Let's see. Let me see. I'm gonna try to call one more time, see if she can explain this shit. But she just proven. So she talking to her mama. I just want to show y'all. I can get y'all in touch with her if y'all foreign. Y'all want to learn how to do this. I haven't done it yet. It's still trial and error. But they got a response back talking about $9 million. There any other questions though? But that's how I prove I'm foreign. W-A-B-E-N. Never use W-A-B-E-N-E. And the way to use those things, let me just show y'all those real quick. Because being foreign is the way to go. Period. When dealing with the system. I know we didn't really talk about it. But being foreign is the way to go. This is everybody that's part of the tribe or whatever that's doing this. This is how we're doing it. Someone asks, how are you getting around those accounts without them getting taxed for the celebrities? Literally, if you understand this, you can make a lot of money. This is how I'm helping the NFL players. I'm helping them set up accounts showing that they're foreign. So there's no tax obligations. And we're doing it with this. If you need a foreign address, if you don't understand that your state is foreign to the United States, let me show y'all. USC 1408 is what I'm using. Some people use this too. But what I'm using is 8 USC 1408. This is the code I use. Nationals but not citizens of the United States at birth. So if you think you're a United States citizen, a national is different than a United States citizen. All states are considered their own countries. Let me see. I'll put something else in the chat to prove that to you too. I got a passport book. I'm not sure where it is. Hold on, let me grab it real quick. I know I just downloaded it. I got a passport book that proves exactly that all states are considered their own countries. It's under the GAA. I mean, I said GAP. It's under the manuals or something. Man, what's it called? Let me find it. I'm just gonna find it so I can quit talking crazy. I'm getting sleepy, y'all. I'm gonna grab this for y'all. Passport. Let me see if it's this. Oh, that's not it. Here it is. All right, here it is, everybody. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Downloads. There it is. U.S. government manual. Thank you, Barbarian. The U.S. government manual. Hey, I like people that been. If the style manual is Quigley, you're absolutely correct too. The U.S. government style manual. That's it. So I read it. So look, I did read a new one, and it doesn't talk about it. Doesn't. I couldn't find the capitalization of words because also the capitalization of words is in the style manual. It's not. Let me pull it up on because I just downloaded it. So also in the style manual, it also says that capitalization of all words makes it a business. In the updated one, the new ones, it doesn't say that. I don't know if that means anything. I just thought I'd throw that out there, okay? But this is a passport explanation. This shows how the guy got a passport with a W-8-B-E-N. Okay, California, his nationality. Let me see if I can find, I think it's after that. So it shows why he used California as his nationality. He gives an explanation of everything. And that's what you have to do. So I think it's up a little bit. All right. A state is a nation. This is on page 16. So our state sovereign. And there it is, the style manual, U.S. government style manual. This is the same thing that talks about all capitalizations, your name being all capitalized and what it means. But it shows in designating the natives of the state, the following forms will be used. So this is your nationality. When you claim you're a national, you can claim these as your nationality. If you're from Florida, you're a Floridian. He said he's from California, so he's a Californian. He's not a U.S. citizen. He doesn't have to identify as that. So that's what I want to leave y'all with. Yeah, the GPO styles manual on the nationalities. I want y'all to understand it. This is why the W-8-B-E-N works. If you want to claim that you're a foreigner to the United States corporation, you do it this way. Or if it's still not making sense for you, just go to iPostal 1 and get you a foreign address. You can get you an address outside the United States, and then you don't even have to worry about being in trouble. You can go to Canada, Australia, C-check, Switzerland, Taiwan, United Kingdom, Israel, whatever makes sense for you to feel better about being a foreigner, go become a foreigner today. And so you can have different rights. You can get out these tax obligations, get you a 98 number if that's what makes sense to you. You can create this unincorporated association with this or a foreign trust so you don't have to be scared of claiming you're a foreigner and you can use these same entities to become the private investor because it's outside the scopes of the government. I hope that makes sense. There was a lot that we went over today. The main thing is quit being a consumer. I prove to you, all you have to do is go through FINRA. Do the FINRA search, because I was looking for that anyways. Look what FINRA means. Investopedia. I found FINRA through GAAP, learn the differences. What's the difference between them as well? Go right here, you'll see that it pays to be an investor. Congress protects investors. Congress is to protect the interests of investors, not consumers. So what are you investing in? Can you prove that you're an investor? You're investing your labor regardless. So you're the investor regardless. So learn how to take your labor, learn how to take it from that Social Security trust, invest in a different trust, your own private trust. Insurance is definitely needed. So holler at Simon. Simon put his information in there. He already did it. Put it again. I'll make sure everybody gets access to the chat. You'll get access to everything that's in the chat. Insurance is definitely needed. It's outside the scopes of the government. It's another way to move into private. All right, and then being a private investor, learning that you're the private investor. If I have a life insurance policy, I already know that I'm the private investor of this life insurance policy. And that's how you have to be with everything that you're doing. If you're paying in it, you got to quit saying you're the consumer, you're the investor. You're investing your time, energy, resources, whatever it may be. Your name is your business. So learn how to do what they do, so to speak, and get it back. And with that being stated, then you can start doing the audits with the IRS. That's just going to show accounting, and then with the SEC, FINRA, and everybody else. If that makes sense, just making sure you're in a proper status. You're identified as an investor, you're in a proper status, so you have the right standing. That makes sense for everybody?
Yes, it does.
All right, reach out to me directly. I got 10 calls at the end of June that I'm going to do. Everybody that's that I rescheduled the calls this week and last week, I apologize. We're getting all them done next week. I appreciate everybody. I got I want to say I got 8-9 calls left for next week. So I got y'all. I appreciate y'all's patience as well. And $500 for the drive too. I got the bank wire information. I said you can do bank wire or a Bitcoin. I had to verify some information on my Cash App. That shit should be back up. I don't know if I'm gonna put it back in the public because I'm tired of going through that shit. If that makes sense, man. Everything I do in the public, y'all, they try to shut it down. So I just want to keep everything private members. And I'm gonna be working with y'all directly, man. I got also got the private school.com. I'll put that in the chat again. I'm about to have a chat so everybody that's like Simon, you want to get a hold of Simon, man. He can answer questions that I can't answer. So I'm about to do stuff like that.
Yeah, Don, I'm gonna hit you up on Instagram. I might have some pretty cool opportunities for you.
I appreciate that too.
For sure, bro.
I definitely want to be connected with you. And everybody, I appreciate all the business owners. I appreciate everybody's patience as well. So school.com. But just start with the basics sometimes. When it comes to me, I don't want y'all listening to all these other gurus, if that makes sense. Quit listening to other Patrick Devine's cool. Anybody I mentioned, you know what I mean? I want y'all to understand, like Chief Amir, I don't know if he's out there speaking. I haven't talked to him in a while, been like a month, but he's teaching the right shit. Chief Amir Zaire.
About the dude with the locks, right?
Yeah, chunky dude with the locks.
Yeah.
But he lost some weight now. But yeah. He's in tune. He does this shit right, man. He sits down with he got me over my fear of us talking to the government. All right? I'm not sitting down with no city government, nobody. Fuck you, pay me. But it pays to make these. Once you start understanding you have a tribe, you're gonna have to sit down with these people. You can't be scared to sit down with the IRS. Can't be scared because I couldn't elevate because I was scared. But like you can the lady I was talking to earlier, I'm sure she had to get her licensing, Jonelle. I'm sure she had to sit down with the government, plenty of them. Had meetings, fill out
Make
paperwork.
them your friend.
Yeah, you have to. You're not gonna be able to get ahead in life unless you do it. So, I wouldn't even be comfortable even talking about growing cannabis and had I not sat down and talked to the city commissioners and the people in the city first.
Yeah.
So just remember that. And then you can get private agreements with certain governments too, with certain individuals. With the IRS, you can get private agreements, certain cities and all that. You can get private agreements to do certain things that might necessarily be legal for the public. It's up to sole discretion of whoever's in charge or whoever. But I'm growing my cannabis and cultivating in an unincorporated township, unincorporated county in an unincorporated township. It's Crescent Valley, Nevada, Eureka County. It's all unincorporated.
Hey, Don.
Yes, sir.
I work for my city where I live, if it makes you feel any better.
That's what's up, man. You
Yeah.
a public employee.
Yeah, 8 hours a day.
No
yeah, they
doubt,
tripping
man.
on me.
You said they tripping on you.
Yeah, I did a FOIA for the Citizen and Immigration Services. It says I'm not a U.S. citizen. I got that framed in my office.
You did. So you did a Freedom of Information Act?
Yeah. Can you see that?
Hey, that's hold on. Let me pin that. Let's see that. That's amazing.
Yeah, so it's got 2 pages, but it says that any way my name's spelled that I'm not a citizen. So
I need one of those, man. You can show me how to get that.
Yeah, I got a meeting with you. I think tomorrow, Friday, or something. So I'll holler at you.
Hey, that's dope right there.
Yeah. I mean, that's the Citizen and Immigration Services. What else you need?
You don't need shit.
Yeah. One other thing, man. You talk about the CFPB. I got a check. I got a check for $800 some from a loan from 2017.
From 7 years ago.
2017. Yep.
I haven't heard of that one, man.
I don't know, some lender, one of those things where you get a loan, they take it out of your checking account. Which I was cool with. I mean, everything came out, it was fine, it got paid off, and I had never heard of them till I listened to you, and I got that check in the mail. Well, about the same time you got the money from me, because that's where part of it went. So, I mean, the stuff you're talking about is real.
I appreciate you doing your due diligence, man. I appreciate that shout out too, man.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to click in real quick before we got off here.
Yeah, I recognize your name, man. That's amazing, man. I
Good
can't
deal.
wait to talk to you, man.
All right, man. Y'all, everybody have a good night. Thank you.
Hey, man. Hey, so look, he said he learned from me with the CFPB, but that other shit he just showed us he ain't learned from me. Hey, that shit's official, bro.
Just a FOIA request. They got the form online.
Yeah, they made it a little harder though, but you can sure do it.
Amazing, man. But I just want y'all to know, I shout out to Ram Dog because I would have talked, literally, I'm glad he did it on his own, because I probably would have talked him out of trying to file something from 7 years ago. I only go back 3 to 5 years. So I just want y'all to know that. So sometimes you gotta buck the system and not listen to your mentor. You try some shit on your own.
That's right.
So I just want to throw that out there. So I'm not gonna lie to you, because I appreciate the testimony. I appreciate he showed me love. But I wouldn't have went back 7 years. I would have went back 3 to 5. I didn't know the CFPB could go back 7 years. I would automatically assume the IRS rules, because the IRS only goes back 3 to 5 when dealing with our accounts. But I mean, that makes sense.
I think this started years ago. It took them a while to get through the suit to get the money.
Okay.
So it was started years ago. So, but it come up out of the blue. I done forgot about that. So
that's crazy. My CFPB check came back probably in like 5 weeks.
Yeah.
5-6 weeks. Yeah. Mine didn't take long at all.
Yeah, I'd forgotten all about that.
I made a down payment on a car, and I seen something through somebody, and they said down payments are illegal, which I've always known they was illegal, but I found a code or something. They gave me a code to use, and they gave me my down payment back and like an extra $1,200 for violating or something like that.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
CFPB does work if you can prove the fraud.
Yeah, and now you're getting them free.
Yeah. I just go in there. I tell them, hey, what's the bank say? What's the bank say?
Right. Yeah.
All right, man. I love y'all, man. Much peace and love.
All right, man. Thanks. Have a good one.
Are you ready to unlock the secrets of commerce and build an empire that lasts for generations? Look no further. Introducing $1 Million Worth of Game by Don Kilam, your official guide to the private and public side of commerce. In this groundbreaking book, Don Kilam reveals the strategies and insider knowledge you need to create and protect your wealth. Learn how to navigate the intricate world of commerce, master the art of building an empire, and secure a lasting legacy for your family. Get your hands on $1 Million Worth of Game today and embark on a transformative journey toward financial abundance. Don't miss out on the opportunity to build your empire and secure a prosperous future for generations to come. Get ready to conquer the world of commerce. $1 Million Worth of Game by Don Kilam, your ultimate guide to building an empire and leaving a legacy. $1 Million Worth of Game by Don Kilam. Available now. Get your copy and start your journey to generational wealth.